Hello everybody, buongiorno and welcome back to the Cremona circuit. The Circuit Angelo Bergamonte, named after the fabulous Italian motorcycle road racer who was sadly taken from us in 1971 on the streets of Riccione, a Cremona man born and bred, and the circuit here named in his honor. The motorcycle circuit behind us and the karting circuit in front of us have always been able to serve up great action for its locals. This is the first international race meeting that has ever been held in karting on this circuit, so it is very much a new spectacle for all of the competitors that are gearing up ready for racing. Today is Championship Day. In the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, their title will not be decided until September at Le Mans. But for the two gearbox categories, KZ and KZ2, today is European Championship Finals Day. We're going to crown two new FIA Karting European champions, and it's definitely going to be very unpredictable, very exciting, and incredibly fever pitch, as all of the drivers want to put on their best and give us an exciting display from the outset. But there is so much to do. Obviously, after the tyre degradation issues of yesterday, we have just the finals today for the FIA Karting KZ and KZ2. It's going to be an exciting battle all the way through, and we're going to have an amazing challenge for everybody to watch and enjoy. Jake Sanson here from the start-finish line at Cremona Circuit, and what a spectacle we are going to have right here in the Italian sunshine. High temperatures expected today of about 34 degrees Celsius, as they were yesterday. But on this brand new circuit to FIA Karting, 1.21 kilometers in length, it's definitely going to give us an entertaining spectacle. Coming into today, we have the grids set in both the KZ and KZ2 finals, and it is a very close run thing. Tom Lulette only needs to keep it together to retain his KZ2 title lead and become European champion. It's all but one for him, but there are still some battles ahead of him. Only 3 drivers now can become KZ2 European champion, and they are Tom Lulette, David Trevelov, and Markus Kayak. And a lot has to happen for Markus Kayak to win. He has to win with the other 2 drivers failing to finish, with David Trevelov trying his best to close up on the 14-point deficit that he has to Tom Lulette. All Tom has to do essentially is finish relatively strong in the top 5, and the job is done. But in the KZ title fight, it couldn't be any more different if you tried. There are 8 drivers who could become European champion today. Paolo Ippolito, Emilion Denner, Matteo Vigano, Pedro Hilbrand, Jorrit Peck, Senna van Waalstein, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Francesco Salenta all have a mathematical chance to become European champion today. In the case of the last 4, they have to win to stand a decent chance. But Paolo Ippolito leads the championship on 36 points to Emilion Denner on 35, Matteo Vigano on 30, Hilbrand on 26, Pex on 20, Van Waalstein 19, and Travasanuto and Salenta both on 14. With 25 points available for the win, it could go any one of those 8 drivers' way. What a way to finish the championship. But that's coming up later in the day. We're going to start with the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And the man who's going to put it at the front of the grid for this one, it is a very exciting challenge for the battles coming up. It is going to be the Belgian Thibaut Ramekers that lines up on pole position. But before we get underway, let's hear from the Dutchman, who's had a fantastic run up to this point. Mies Huben.
In Genk, it didn't go quite well. The second heat we got off the track, so we lost a lot of positions, and the tires were after that were just a little bad. The second heat, first heat, yeah, did go just go well. My first OKJ race, I was happy with the 8th place, and then after the third heat also was 8th place, and in the final we needed to start at 21. And yeah, the first couple laps didn't go as good as we wanted, and then yeah, we built up the speed. But after when we are lap 15, the tires were gone, and we got way behind after everyone. So we got through the field. Everyone was passing me, and I was like, how do they pass me and I can't go as fast as them in the corners? So I lost a lot of speed. When every car is the same, you really see which one is the good driver and which one is less good than him. And it depends on how good you're on the track. And it's difficult to the anxiety you have when you start the race, because of you are the only one from the Netherlands. I'm Netherlands then, and then the anxiety just goes up. Normally I first watch on YouTube a couple laps of the circuit, and afterwards I go look how the track is, and first 2 laps just a little bit slower and look how the grip is and how your car's reacts and how you do it on the track. And then the 3rd lap I just go full throttle and try everything out. We trained a lot to manage the tires because my tire management on Genk was not good. I just burned my rear tires all the way out. That's why I lost in the final a lot of places. So we trained a lot, and I hope we can now fight for the podiums in Cremona. Yeah, the first days at Genk, yeah, you all a little bit don't talk to each other, and but afterwards, the last 2 days, we played football with a lot of guys, and yeah, they will become nicer and nicer, and we become friends.
Great to hear from the young Dutchman, Mies Huben, who is hoping to work his way through the karting ladder. We're going to talk a focus on the Academy Trophy, first of all, today. But there's a really interesting subplot from the warm-ups this morning in the Academy Trophy. In qualifying for the pole position, that race is coming up after this one, and it'll be the race that determines who starts from pole position between Thibaut Ramakers of Belgium and Matthias Orwela of Colombia, because both drivers managed to win both of their races yesterday. They were in the same warm-up session this morning. Thibaut Ramakers was actually slightly quicker than Matthias Orwela in 1st and 2nd, so that'll be interesting coming into their qualifying heat later. You can see the drivers are on the circuit at the moment in the KZ category, finishing their morning warm-up. And for the record, the fastest man out there, Pedro Hiltbrand. He's determined. He really wants to get his first KZ title in FIA Karting. Emilion Denner ahead of Noah Millel. Then 4th is Camplese from Stanpex, Juho Valtonen, and Matteo Vigano from Senna van Walstein, Simo Pohaka, and the outgoing European champion who will not win it this year, Riccardo Longhi, in the top 10. So fascinating to see how things are currently looking for our title contenders. Paolo Ippolito down in 13th in warm-up this morning, but he is the championship leader on 36 points. So it's definitely going to be very exciting from the outset. Who is going to get this European title won? Your guess is as good as mine. That race coming up later. But of course, first of all, we're going to get ourselves underway for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Equal karts, equal tyres, equal everything. It is going to be just a one-man show out there for the drivers who are in position. Alexander Bogonovic and Dino Storescu will be on the front row of the starting grid. Here is the schedule for today. It's a slightly subdued one after the tyre degradation that we have in position, but we are still going to go racing in fantastic style. And obviously the Academy is going to be in a fantastic situation as we gear ourselves up ready for an exciting battle out on the course. The Academy qualifying heats are going to be in position very shortly. That is the 2nd qualifying heat coming up at 10 minutes past 10. So that is obviously going to be in about 16 minutes time. There will be a race prior to that, so don't worry, you're not going to be waiting around forever for a qualifying heat because the C versus D race is coming up before this. Then we have the KZ2 and KZ finals, and the last race of the day will be the Academy Trophy finals. So we will conclude the KZ2 and KZ championships, and then we will focus in on the Academy Trophy, the championship that does not finish here at Cremona. Check it out. You can see the motorcycle circuit in the background and then obviously the kart circuit in the foreground. You've got to give a massive, massive credit to the guys here at the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte. They only had 2 months to get this circuit ready for FIA Karting to rock into town. It was a massive, mammoth task for this 1.21 kilometer circuit in position. And my goodness me, have the guys and girls of Cremona stepped up to the plate, because they certainly have. They've given us a magnificent venue to finish up on. 28 degrees Celsius air temperature coming into this one. 34% humidity, so that's going to make things a little bit hotter in its semblance than it was yesterday. It's certainly going to feel a lot tougher out there for the competitors, but we are in for a spectacular showdown in the European Championship for KZ and KZ2 later. KZ2 will kick us off, and that is pretty much all signed, sealed and delivered for Tom Lulet. He does not need to panic. He just needs to finish in a relatively strong position. That's Marianne Kremers, who had a mechanical problem in the warm-up this morning, the former European champion, who won it back in 2020, of course. So the Dutchman not getting a great start to his day, but there's still some great motorsport action to come from him, I'm sure. He always puts up when the chips are down. And who's that that's off as well? That's the 17. That's Matteo Vigano, I do believe. So championship contender having a bit of a problem in morning warm-up. That's interesting. So we'll have to see if that turns into something, because Matteo Vegano is desperately trying to win his first European title. And he's come so close over the last couple of seasons, ever since he joined the KZ title fight in 2019. He was in a fantastic fight for the title at Sarno when he got accidentally tripped over by Anthony Abbas on the first corner. That ruined his chances there. In 2020, he had a golden opportunity to get the job done again. Mechanical problems crept in and ruined his chances. 2021 at Adria, he had it going beautifully, and a mechanical failure in the final robbed him of a chance to go for the European title. 2022, he is not the championship leader coming in, but he's definitely going to have a good chance of it. All he has to do is stay focused, keep the kart on the road, and take some prisoners out there when he makes up places, and he could well be in for a shout. You never know. That's the thing about the European Championship. It's about consistency. It's about getting 2 races as even as possible over the course of 2 separate weekends. It's definitely going to be tough. But first of all, the Academy Trophy, as I mentioned. The Slovenian and the Romanian on the front row of the starting grid. Alexander Bogdanovic taking pole position in front of Dinos Turescu. The Argentine talent Santino Panetta will be on the second row of the grid alongside Finland's Joel Pajola. And then Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger, will be 5th position on the grid, along with Nando Weichselbaumer, the Austrian. And rounding out the top 10, we will have Chile's Augustin Sepulveda, Timofey Mikhailov of Malaysia, and then on the 5th row, it is Luka Horton of Bahrain and Alexander Deshkov of Bulgaria. So qualifying heat C versus D, the drivers head out onto the circuit, and it's time for the equal expert chassis and the Vortex engines and the LeConte tyres to go to battle. Alexander Bogdanovic and Dinos Turescu from Santino Panetta and Joel Pajola. Guillaume Bouzard and Nando Weichselbaumer from Augustin Sepulveda and Timofey Mikhailov. Luka Horton and Alexander Deshkov from Miss Huben and Matilda Pats. Then Daniel Dalakian and Alta Dorisson. Megamo Suzuki and Harry Mamasi. Ethan Thorne and Bati Yodarim. Robert Pumalis, Elena Rolfsen, Luis Sedeno, Henry Jostling, Ishan Madesh and Ruben Valle. So 24 competitors will take to the circuit for this one, and this is one of the 2 races that will determine who is going to be starting in pole position for the Academy Trophy final later today. The title fight will not conclude here, not the least because Arthur Dorisson has had a really tricky weekend, the man who won at Genk, so his championship lead is likely to disappear today. And he's going to have an interesting battle of it. Unfortunately, we don't seem to have Matilda Pats, the German lady, out there on the course. That is very disappointing. So hopefully Matilda will be able... Oh, no, wait a minute. That's the 516 rejoining towards the tail end of the field. That is... it might be the 518 actually going through. Is that Joel Pajola trying to get himself up to speed? No, it's the 516. It is Robert Pumalis, the Latvian. So the Latvian is trying to catch up to the rest of the field and rejoin, but his race has effectively already started. There's a handful of drivers who were late away, and now they're trying to get themselves back into the queue, but we are missing the German talent, Matilda Pats. That is unfortunate. I was hoping she'd be able to conclude the weekend, but unfortunately, it looks as though she is already out of it. So the final turn, and it is Bogdanovic and Storescu. One of these... Oh, that's a stoppage. That's the 541. That is Ethan Thorne, the Peruvian. And we're going to go around again as a result. So Thorne is stopped out on the circuit. That's a real shame for the Peruvian. But as a result, we get a false start, and that is a bit of a save of grace for Robert Pumalis, the Latvian, because he can now catch up to the field. But Ethan Thorne, I'm afraid, is out of this race before it even begins. So everybody else now trying to make their way through into position. An extra formation lap called, of course. And as the youngsters make their way to the back straight, they are now all in position except for Robert Pumalis, who is now going to make his way onto the back of the train. And of course, this race will help to contribute to set the grid for the final. And if you get pole position for the final, you get 10 championship points, 9 for second, 8 for third, 7 for fourth, and so on, all the way down to 1 point for 10th place on the starting grid for the final. And as I mentioned before, the title cannot be won at the Academy Trophy here this weekend. It will go down to the wire at Le Mans in France in September. But who is going to be the new championship leader? And of course, with the previous winners yesterday being both in the next race, Thibaut Ramakers of Belgium and Matthias Orwela of Colombia, this race is going to have a completely new winner this weekend, whatever happens. So Bogdanovic would dearly love it to be him. Storescu would dearly love it to be him. And we've got another stoppage out on the circuit. Another kart has come to a stop before the start. Can't quite make out who that is. I think it might be Ruben de Valle, but we are going to get underway. Racing! And we are to the first corner. Good start from Bogdanovic. Panetta trying to squeeze into second place through turn one. A big run wide for Storescu, and that's going to drop him several places. So Santino Panetta, the Argentine, has come up to second place. Good work from Panetta. He kept it nice and cool off the start. And the only driver that did not come through on the start was the Mozambique Ruben de Valle, so it was him that ended up off the road on the formation lap. So out in front, no problems at all for Bogdanovic. He leads from Santino Panetta as drivers are starting to make those overtakes on the inside line, trying to make up ground, and that's an off in the background. So that's not gone well at all. I couldn't quite make out who that was, unfortunately. I think it might have been the 516. Another off further round. Couple of drivers making moments there go very badly wrong. The three leaders have got clear of the rest of the pack. So it is Bogdanovic in front of Panetta and Pajola. Oh no, sorry, that is Buzar in the 536 in third place. So it's Mikhailov in fourth. Then it is Mishuben doing a great job in this one. Fifth position for him now in front of Augustin Sepulveda. And then Horton, Storescu, Weichselbaumer, Dorisson, Mimasi and Pomales. So Buzar has managed to get himself at his second place now past Santino Panetta, and he gestures to the man behind, come on, let's go do this. And certainly in terms of the consistency from Genk to here in Cremona, Guillaume Buzar is looking the best placed to take the lead of the title fight here at Cremona. He's in second place in this heat. He's got time to catch up to Alexander Bogdanovic, who's just on a 49.8 second lap out in front. So a perfectly good start to his final heat. Up to the inside, a big slide there from the 534 up to Dorisson, trying to make up some ground, and he's lost out in the end to Luca Horton of Bahrain. Storescu and Weichselbaumer both managing to get past them on that lap. Bit of a run wide there from the 553. So that, of course, is Luca Horton, the young man from Bahrain, trying his best to get it neat and tidy. There's still quite a few battles going on through this field. These drivers are trying to make the best of it on the back straight. He's coming towards us. We've got Nando Weichselbaumer about to lose ground on the inside line. That is the move from Dorisson. He gets past Horton. So Dorisson on the inside of Luca Horton. And further back, that's a lovely overtaking move from the recovering Joel Pajola. So Pajola gets the move there on Robert Pomales, the man who almost missed the start. So Hadi Mamasi is in amongst that lot as well. He's in front of them, 11th position for the Canadian at the moment. Two karts under investigation. One of them is Daniel Dalakian, the Armenian. And we've got an off. Further back, two karts coming off the road there in the final bend. And that is a big damage for Alexander Deshkov. Deshkov, the Bulgarian, I'm afraid is out. So Deshkov has come to a stop, and who is it that went off with him? Drop it to the back of the field, it was Henry Jocelyn. So Henry Jocelyn has recovered, but he's down in 20th. So that is very unfortunate for the British driver, and there's another kart under investigation. That is the 542 of Alexander Deshkov. So Deshkov under scrutiny just as much as his colleague, but there is a big problem now as this gaggle of karts is really starting to tighten up again. But look how quickly Guillaume Buzar has caught up to Alexander Bogdanovic. So Alexander Bogdanovic is being caught by the Luxembourger Guillaume Buzar. And Buzar looking to try and take the lead. A 48.5 for him on the last lap compared to a 48.7 for Bogdanovic. New fastest lap then for Guillaume Buzar. That's Hadi Mamasi. Oh, Hadi Mamasi was going so well this weekend. Looked very confident in that race, was making good progress, and I'm afraid his race has ended. And it looks like he's got into a bit of a tussle with Luis Cedeno, and Ishan Madesh has had a problem on that last lap as well, so he's dropped back down the order. Very unfortunate for the Canadian Hadi Mamasi. Just like in Genk, when he showcased good skill, he wasn't able to really get his best out on the table here at Cremona. So Bogdanovic and Buzar running through the first corner. Santino Panetta in front of the Malaysian Timothy Mikhailov. We've had another retirement by the look of it. Off at the first turn. I think that is Luis Cedeno. I think the Dominican has unfortunately retired from the race at turn one there. So a very bitterly frustrated Luis Cedeno walks away. I've just seen him kicking the barriers in frustration. There he is. Poor Luis Cedeno. And the Dominican driver very unhappy. So Guillaume Buzar hunting down the race leader, Alexander Bogdanovic. But is he going to make his bid? Well, he needs to time it right because he's got a little bit of time to play with here. Up on the inside, he tried to have a look there, I think. But Bogdanovic had it well nailed. So out of the final bend and onto the home straight. Guillaume Buzar looking strong here. Tucked in behind Bogdanovic. He's got 3 laps to get past him. Panetta is third. Mikhailov, the Malaysian, in 4th place. Great work from Mies Huben. The Dutchman going strong. 6th place for Augustin Sepulveda. Then Storescu, Weichselbaumer, Dorisson and Horton. Excellent work so far. Bogdanovic, Guillaume Bouzard and Santino Panetta. Working very hard indeed, as now Guillaume Bouzard is hustling in behind Alexander Bogdanovic. But the Slovenian still running well here. Looking good for a very sensible result. So Bogdanovic just keeping it nice and tidy in front of Guillaume Bouzard. Bouzard does not want to take too big a gamble here. 2nd place would do very well indeed for Guillaume Bouzard. And it would put him on 7 points net. So that would put him, at the moment, 5th position on the grid for the final. And that's not a bad place to be at all for Guillaume Bouzard. He can win from there or get a decent podium. So the Luxembourger doesn't want to take too many risks in trying to get past Alexander Bogdanovic, but if an opportunity opens up, you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to go for it. Bogdanovic drifts out wide. This is the moment, and it's a great opportunity for Bouzard. He knows it. He's going to slide down the back straight into the inside line. Perfect. Guillaume Bouzard takes the lead in the penultimate lap. Great work from the Luxembourger. So Guillaume Bouzard slides into the lead as Alexander Bogdanovic just got slightly wide through the pith path. And we're talking 2, maybe 3 centimeters at most, but it just throws you off your rhythm. And on this circuit, you go from having plenty of grip to no grip at all. Last lap, and Guillaume Bouzard, all he has to do is just keep it on the black stuff, preferably on the racing line, because if he comes slightly offline, we've already seen that from Bogdanovic, it can be deadly and it can be costly. So Guillaume Bouzard having a great run to the flag here. And the young man from Luxembourg doing a sensational job. He runs out in front of Alexander Bogdanovic with Santino Panetta running in 3rd from Mikhailov, Huben and Sepulveda. But this has been a race of patience for Guillaume Bouzard. He really has worked hard to get to this position. He's been very careful, very focused. He's not overdriven. He's just got himself into a solid position. And now he will come out of the final turn. Great work from Guillaume Bouzard. He comes out of the final bend and he will take the victory in the last race of his weekend before the final. Guillaume Bouzard, victorious. Bogdanovic in 2nd. Panetta in a brilliant 3rd. Great racing from the youngster from Luxembourg. Guillaume Bouzard knitting one and purling one all the way through this race. Just taking it nice and easy. And he will come into the pits at the end of the back straight. Great work from Guillaume Bouzard. Read the race perfectly. Kept his cool. Didn't push harder than he needed to. And he stole the win. He now finishes the heats on an accumulated 5 points. So that is great news for Guillaume Bouzard. That's a minimum of 4th place on the grid for the final. And of course, he's got to wait to see what will happen to the top 3 drivers in the rankings. Orjuela, Ramakers and Ivo Basterda, who will all go up against each other in the next qualifying heat. So somebody's going to have to take 3 points. Somebody's going to have to take 2. And one of them is going to take the win. So it's going to be very interesting to see who comes through on the top spot. Anything could happen. So a very important victory and a very good one from Guillaume Bouzard in front of Alexander Bogdanovic and Santino Panetta. Timofey Mikhailov and Mies Huben, a great job from the Dutchman. Augustin Sepulveda in 6th place from Dinos Storescu and Nando Weichselbaumer. Then Arthur Dorisson and Joel Pajola round out the top 10. Luca Horton and Megamu Suzuki are next up from Batı Yildirim and the Armenian talent Daniel Dalakian. Alina Rolfson in front of Robert Pamalis. Then Henry Joslin ahead of Ishan Madesh. They were the only finishers of the race. There were plenty of retirements, unfortunately. Luis Sedeno, Hadi Mamasi and Alexander Deshkov. And on the very first lap, before the race even began, we lost Ethan Thorne and Ruben Dovale to problems on the formation lap. And Matilda Pats was sadly unable to take the start. So fascinating racing from the drivers in the Academy Trophy, Groups C and D. Apologies and commiserations to those drivers who have not been able to make the final. A reminder to them that they need to collect their race licenses and return their transponders before they leave the circuit, because the next round of the championship is, of course, in September. So you've got to make sure that if you want to get out on track before then, you need to return your transponders and collect your race licenses before the race meeting ends. So that is the race battle in the Academy Trophy for qualifying heat C versus D. Now comes the last race of the weekend before the finals. And it's going to be a fascinating one. for the Academy Trophy, as now we get the two men who have been dominant all weekend long, Matías Orjuela and Thibaut Ramakers, to go on the front row of the starting grid head-to-head. This will be interesting, and it'll give us our first indication as to who's going to have the best shot at gunning for victory in the final later. Who's going to get it? Your guess is as good as mine. But on Thursday, we caught up with the Colombian Matías Orjuela, who at that time had no idea how strong he was going to be.
When I first found out, I was really excited because I know I'm the one representing my country. It's really good for me. I really enjoy it. I feel like it's more exciting, but at the same time, it's also tougher because you don't know anything about the track. You don't know where to brake, the line, you know pretty much anything, which is always tougher, but at the same time it's exciting knowing that it's pretty much leveled, that everybody has the same experience on this track. I can relate with the amount of heat that there is. I've pretty much driven always with a lot of heat in the States and stuff. The heat's always tougher though, tougher on the body. There's more grip on the track. It's harder for you to actually hold the kart. I think now that I know kind of how the chassis works, because it was my first time driving the chassis before, I know a little bit more, and I know kind of how to drive it better. So I think, yeah, I feel more experienced with the chassis, and I have a little bit more of a better knowing of how it works.
So Matías Orjuela, a bit of a deer in headlights this weekend. He had no idea that a day later he was going to put it in pole position for the Academy Trophy heats. He won both of his races yesterday, as did the man who lines up alongside him on the front row of the grid, the Belgian talent Thibaut Ramakers. So neither of them have lost a race so far this weekend. One of them is going to have to. So it'll be fascinating to see which one it's going to be. And of course, the man who could capitalize if they both have problems is Ivo Besterda, the Polish driver, who has only accumulated 4 points from his 2 races yesterday. That's a pair of second-place finishes from the young talent. So great work from Ivo Besterda yesterday as well. But obviously, with only 5 points accumulated now from Guillaume Bouzard, which means a first, a second, and a third, all Bouzard has to do is sit and watch and figure out who he is going to start on the grid alongside. He could end up in as high as pole position. He's going to be as low as 4th place because he's only accumulated 5 points from the 3 races he's done. But the racers in front of him in the accumulated rankings, Orjuela has 0 points, Ramakers has 0 points, and Ivo Besterda has 4 points. It's obviously a reverse golf scorecard for those who are watching FIA Karting for the first time. Hello to those of you who are on motorsport.tv. And of course on FIA Karting's YouTube and Facebook pages. Your company is always very much appreciated, and we're delighted to be with you once again. But for those who are new to this intermediate classification of the qualifying heats, in karting qualifying heats at international level, you score points obviously based on where you finish, but they're reverse points rather than maximum points. So you get 0 points added to your tally if you take a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And whoever has the fewest points over the course of the weekend will start the final from pole position. So it's obviously a very interesting scenario, but Orjuela and Ramakers both won both of their heats yesterday, so they both have 0 points to take into account. So obviously very tricky situations there for the drivers in terms of their battle. But qualifying heat A versus B is about to get underway here in the Academy Trophy, and we are ready for an exceptional battle to play out between the 2 main men of this weekend on the front row. Matías Orjuela will line up alongside Thibaut Ramakers, Mark Dubnitsky of Estonia and Ivo Besterda of Poland, then Kjarva Batig and William Go from Caleb Gafrara and Nicholas Roos, Oliver Kinmark and Harry Arnett from Marcus Silkunas and Christian Jorgensen, Kyoho Lee and Riccardo Cirelli, Adrian Ferra and Tiziano Kuznini, Adi Wibowo and Jan Pinto from Hamza Al-Fayez and Lochiel McGregor, Sol de Colombres, Pedro Cachada, Gabriel Sano, Kieran Gauci, Mina Alzavi and Rio Ketzeri. 26 drivers on the grid for this one, a grand total of 50 over the course of the weekend. But the remaining 26 are going to join the remaining contenders from the previous heat, and the entire field of 50 will be whittled down to just 36. It's going to be really interesting to see which 36 drivers of the 50 that entered this weekend are going to make it through to the final. But this is the big one as far as the Academy Trophy is concerned. The only driver that will not take the start by the look of it is Mira Alzabi, who ended up having a rather uncomfortable accident during yesterday's race. So I guess on safety grounds, she is not going to continue, and hopefully we will see her back again at Le Mans in September. So now it's all about Orjuela versus Ramakers. For the first time, but possibly not the last time this weekend, they will go to battle against each other. Orjuela on the inside, Ramakers on the outside. Neither of them has dropped a race this weekend. One of them's got to, but it's going to be fascinating to figure out who it's going to be. They come to the line, they're in the tram lines, and Pasquale Lipoli, race director, sends them to the first corner. Here we go, great start from Orjuela. Ramakers gets a good start as well, hugs the inside line through the first corner as everybody gets through. Hopefully it's not too big a problem, but there are two cuts off the road. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Cacciara. Pedro Cacciara in difficulties, but he's not the only one out of it. So Pedro Cacciara has gone off there at the first corner. And I'm trying to make out who it is that's gone off with him, but the Portuguese driver is not alone. I'm afraid that's Marcus Silkunas, the Lithuanian, who's gone off as well. Cacciara was collected. I don't think he was the instigator of that one. So Cacciara and Silkunas, unfortunately, off the road, and they tangle together. But what a scary race. Yellow flags, yellow flags. So we've got the slow boards out. Obviously, we've got two cuts off on turn one. So the slow boards are going to come out. Oh, and off the road there in the final bend, that is Nicolas Roos, the South African, not happy with it. He rejoins, and the slow boards are out. So we've got Orjuela in front of Ramakers, Besterda, Dubnitsky, Go, and Chiara Batig, the lady who managed to get her qualification through the FIA Girls on Track scholarship. So that's how she made it through to the Academy Trophy, and that's how she represents not only her nation, but also the Women in Motorsport program from the FIA. 5:06, Matthias Orjuela leads the way from Thibaut Ramakers. What's going to be key here is what will happen on the restart. Because obviously we've got a couple of drivers just off to the side of the road. I think it is Pedro Cacciara that managed to get out of his kart without too much difficulty. I think they just want to double check that Marcus Silkunas is okay. They are walking away, the doctors are with him. So they will double check. And there is the assistant race director for the Academy Trophy, Nigel Edwards, who of course is the senior race director in KZ and KZ2. And Matthias Orjuela leads the way here, and on the restart, this is going to be fascinating as to whether Orjuela can get away from Thibaut Ramakers. Besterda in third place, and if it stays like this, Guillaume Bouzard will be absolutely delighted, because if Besterda stays down in third, then Guillaume Bouzard is going to move up to third position on the grid for the Academy final later. Still yellow flags, no greens yet. So they're going to go round for a second lap under yellow flags. So Matthias Orjuela, new territory for the Colombian. He's never led an Academy Trophy race on a restart. So this will be fascinating. And all of the drivers in this field know that they've got just one final chance to get themselves into the Academy Trophy final later today. So Silkunas and Cacciara out of the race, and obviously a non-start for Mira Alzabi. But for Matthias Orjuela and Thibaut Ramakers, the pressure is just starting to build. Much better start this time for the Swiss lady Chiara Batig. She's there in sixth place behind William Go, who had a really tricky day at the office yesterday. So hopefully a strong finish for her, if she can get one, should put her into a good position for the final. She's finished consistently in both races, just didn't finish where she wanted to. So she could end up with a fairly sweet starting position. But Matthias Orjuela versus Thibaut Ramakers, that's where it's really going to count. Besterda's got the pressure of the Estonian Mark Dubnitsky on the restart. And look, already a bit of a gung-ho for Matthias Orjuela. I think he started quite early and then he's had to back out of it. He realised that that was too early on the start, so he's had to back out of it a little bit. Now he's going to drop it. Here we go. That's better for Matthias Orjuela. And it's green, 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 green on the main straight. So Orjuela, Ramakers, Besterda, Dubnitsky, and William Go from Chiara Batig, Riccardo Ciadelli, Caleb Gafrara, Nicolas Roos, and Christian Jorgensen. Through the first sector. Thibaut Ramakers trying to pace in, and that's a big move already from William Go, getting on the inside of Dubnitsky. Dubnitsky loses out to William Go once again. So William Go has got through into fourth place. Watch out for Dubnitsky and Batig. They're both going to try and get their moves forward. So some good overtakes coming in already on this first lap under green flags, but Ramakers, oh, a spin, and it's the 535 that's gone around. Drivers trying to avoid the 535 of Chiara Batig, who's gone into a spin. Disaster for the Swiss. And the 525 couldn't avoid her. That was Kyoho Lee of Korea. You've got to feel for Chiara Batig. She was doing such a great job in this race, and it's all come unstuck. I think she just got a little bit too close to Go and Dubnitsky. They tangled and Batig got spat out. So Matthias Orjuela leads Ramakers and Besterda. And there's a bitterly dejected Chiara Batig. She falls to her knees. She cannot believe the luck that has come her way in these 2 weekends. So Orjuela, Ramakers and Besterda. William Go, Mark Dubnitsky, and now Riccardo Cirelli in 6th position. Gabriel Sano is apparently under investigation. But poor Chiara Batig falling to her knees in frustration. She is a very capable race driver out in her native Switzerland, leading the OK Junior Championship over there. Now this is bitter disappointment. So here comes Orjuela, with Ramakers actually falling into the clutches of Eva Besterda. Now this is potentially good news for the pole, as Adi Wibiwo has come up with a warning flag. So Aditya Wibiwo, I'm afraid, has come up with a little bit of a ticking off there from the stewards. A warning flag given to him, as Matthias Orjuela continues to pull clear of Thibaut Ramakers. This is very telling. Here's the battle further back. This is Cirelli, Gafrara and Roos. This is Italy, America and South Africa. So through they come again. The 507, the United States youngster, Caleb Gafrara, representing America for the 2nd year running. And the young man from the USA trying to get his way through on the Italian, Riccardo Cirelli. You may be forgiven for thinking that Cirelli's got the home advantage here, but nobody in this field has ever run an international motor race on this circuit before. So this is completely new territory for everybody. It's the ultimate leveler, as Cirelli, Gafrara and Roos are all battling for position, and there goes Nicolas Roos. Dives in on the inside of Caleb Gafrara and gets through as off the road goes the 507 of Gafrara. Just runs a little bit offline, and as I said before, all it takes is a couple of centimetres offline, and that's how costly it can be. As here comes Lochiel McGregor, the young Kiwi, now trying to get himself further up the top 10. He's into 10th place, but can he go any further? The Kiwi's certainly looking strong at the moment, as up the inside, that's a move from Wibiwo on Kuznini. So Wibiwo takes on the Swiss talent, Tiziano Kuznini. And now up the inside, a big slam dunk of a move from the 521 as off the road goes Aditya Wibiwo. Ferrer gets through, and it's Tizi Kuznini who drops back, in fact. So it was Kuznini who ran wide. But on the penultimate lap, Matthias Orjuela, the Colombian, is looking perfect. Ramakers has dropped Besterda now, with Go in 4th place. And a bit of a mistake there from Dubnitsky. Here comes the move from Cirelli, and getting past the inside comes Nicolas Roos. He splits the difference and gets past Mark Dubnitsky. Now he's going to try and take on Riccardo Cirelli. So Nicolas Roos could be in the top 5 by the end of this race. Great work from the South African. Still making good progress as he runs through in fine style. Into the last lap comes Matthias Orjuela, and Nicolas Roos is now hunting down Riccardo Cirelli. So Orjuela looks like he's going to get the clean sweep here and end up in pole position for the Academy Trophy final later. Magnificent stuff so far. And the Colombian has actually pulled clear. What's happened to Ramakers? What's happened to Thibaut Ramakers? Ramakers has dropped back. Thibaut Ramakers seems to have gone. I can't figure out what's happened to Ramakers, but he's disappeared. So Thibaut Ramakers has dropped back to 15th place. I don't know what happened, but Thibaut Ramakers, that is a dramatic change in fortunes for the Belgian, as Matthias Orjuela is going to come through for the victory. There he is. Matthias Orjuela wins it. It's Besterda in 2nd. It's Go in 3rd. What happened to Thibaut Ramakers? He seems to have fallen off the road on the final lap. Disaster for the Belgian as he now comes through in 15th position. Poor Thibaut Ramakers. So it's Orjuela, Besterda, Go and Riccardo Cirelli who comes through in 4th place. And then Nicolas Roos, the South African, in the top 5. Great recovery drive from Nicolas Roos. And he made up 3 places, but nobody made up more places than Lochiel McGregor, the New Zealander, making up 11 places on the grid to come through in 9th. Great work. Well, what a dramatic way to bow out of the weekend for several of the drivers in the Academy Trophy, but certainly for Thibaut Ramakers, That is a disastrous end to his qualifying heats, and he drops from the front row of the grid to 6th with that 15th place finish. And that means that the front row will be occupied by Matthias Orjuela and Guillaume Bouzard. So Matthias Orjuela gets the victory in the final qualifying heat of the weekend. Ivo Besterda in second from William Go and Riccardo Cirelli. Then it is Nicolas Roos in front of Mark Dubnitsky, Caleb Gafrara, Christian Jorgensen, Lochiel McGregor and Aditya Wibowo in the top 10. Then it is Adrien Ferrer in front of Harry Arnett, Oliver Kinmark ahead of Tiziano Kuznini, Thibaut Ramakers gets ahead of the Mexican Sol de Colombres, Hamza Al Fayez of Jordan is 17th in front of Rio Ketsari of Thailand, and then 19th place for Jan Pinto, Gabriel Sano ahead of Keon Gauchi, and then the retirements. Very unfortunate for Chiara Batig and Kyoho Lee, and then of course Marcos Silkunas and Pedro Cachada were out on the first lap. Mira Alzabi unable to take the start. So drama all the way through this weekend, and it's now Matthias Orjuela that books himself in pole position for the Academy Trophy final. Coming up next in the bill on track, it's championship time. The European Championship finals will be taking place later on for KZ2 and for KZ, and of course the Academy Trophy final will be the last race of the day. While we're building up to that, here are the highlights from the previous round of the championship at Genk to give you some indication as to who's in contention for the big show.
The home of champions, Karting Genk, scene of many top-level racing drivers' first steps into motorsport competition, and the perfect venue to kickstart the European Championship for KZ and KZ2 gearbox racing, and the start of the 13th annual running of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. With the heat more intense than ever before for a spring weekend in Belgium, the teams are being challenged on a circuit famed for strong grip, which pushes the tyres and chassis to the limit. Drama is never far away at Genk, and 2022 is likely to be no exception. In the Academy Trophy, 54 drivers aged 11 to 14 are selected from around the world to represent their country in equal machinery. There are no teams, no testing, and no holds barred. The racing is very close, as many will be racing at international level for the very first time. The Academy uses direct drive machinery, whereas KZ and KZ2 is the gearbox discipline of the sport. This is the pinnacle of world karting, where the likes of Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc prove their skills. The only difference between KZ and KZ2 is the 5 kilogram minimum weight difference, with KZ2 being the heavier. But with 88 drivers in KZ2 and 33 signing up for KZ in 2022, this year could be one of the toughest yet. After Friday morning practice, the grid is split into qualifying groups of 6-minute sessions. The order is then staggered into groups, which are then rotated across 6 qualifying heats in the Academy and 15 races in KZ2, until everybody has raced 3 times in Academy and 5 times in KZ2. Then on Sunday morning in the KZ2 class, the drivers will compete in a pair of superheats, with their results added to the intermediate points from the heats. This sets the grid for the final on Sunday. In KZ, there are just 3 heats before the superheat on Sunday, but the results are added together, which also determines the starting grid for the final. It means that mistakes are punished and clean, smooth racing are rewarded. Senna van Walstein will guide us around the home of champions on a hot lap. Turn 1 starts fairly open and then tightens up under braking, which results in a complex start to the lap. Once through, you can blip the throttle for the next 2 left-handers. Then up to 4, another left, control the back end before a big stop on the brakes and a natural overtaking spot for turn 5. Parallel to the bypass, you then reach turn 6, which is quite fast, but if you clip the bollards in qualifying, you'll be penalised. Carry the speed delicately through the next pair of right-handers that feel like a hairpin despite the straight in between them. Then coax the kart carefully into the apex for the left hairpin. Now you're back on the throttle but heading for Cafe Corner. Careful on the brakes as they are hungry to lock, but kiss the curb on the way through both right and left apexes before a strong run to the final bend. Another natural chance to send it on the inside line for a smooth overtake. Accelerate out and onto the home straight once again for a fast and challenging circuit that will never cease to surprise. In 2021, 49 competitors duelled for the FIA Karting Academy trophy, with Renault Francote winning at Wackersdorf, Maciej Gladish conquering the podium at Adria, and after a tough weekend, David Walter triumphing at Kristianstad in Sweden. But it would be Gladish who would take the title after a second-place finish in Sweden, ahead in the standings from Walter and Ukraine's Alexander Bondarev. For the 13th year, the Academy Trophy gathers racers from all over the world to race in equal Expert chassis, Vortex engines and LeComte tyres. It means that it all comes down to skill and racecraft. The Academy Trophy has started in a very competitive manner, with 5 different winners from the first 5 heats of the season. But with Arthur Dorisson of France sealing 2 wins out of 3, he's the favourite to win in Genk. At the start of the final, Dorisson was able to keep his cool into turn 1, ahead of Guillaume Bouzard. But after a few challenges in the first sector, William Goh had demonstrated he wasn't in a mood to wait around, and made the move at the end of the second sector, with Nicolas Roos and Jindro Pezel giving chase. It wasn't a perfect start to the season for everybody, as Gabriel Sarno and Alexander Deshkov were out on lap 1. Luca Horton was making a charge through the pack as he passed Pezel for 5th, but Dino Storescu would crawl to a halt with mechanical failure, much to the Romanians' frustration. The talented Swiss star Chiara Bertig would join him on the sidelines just moments later. The Titanic struggle for 7th captured everyone's attention in the early stages, between Joel Pajola, Jindro Pezel and Caleb Gafrara, and once the 2 men found their way past Pajola, the Finn was determined to make up for lost time and accidentally banged wheels with Adrian Ferrer. Elsewhere, Mark Dubnitsky would tumble down the order after a short trip over the grass. The 3 men up front would then trade sector times for the remainder of the duel, as whenever one driver stepped up the pace, the others responded. So Arthur Dorisson led William Goh and Guillaume Bouzard, with Nicolas Roos waiting in the wings. Pajola continued to battle with Gafrara as the race continued, with the Finn proving his skill and making the overtake permanent. Goh stepped up the pace and closed up on Dorisson once more, but he couldn't quite get close enough to take the ultimate risk. Canadian sensation Hadi Mamassi's brilliant weekend ended in disappointment, but he'll be back for more in Cremona. Pezel then caught and made his move on Alexander Bogonovic into turn 5, but as the Slovenian retaliated, Pezel ran wide and went airborne over the grass. How he controlled the kart from a nasty accident and then kept going to the finish is a true test of character from the young Czech. Horton then moved up into 4th place, having caught and passed Roos, with the young man from Bahrain not far from the podium. But it would be heartbreak for Tiziano Cugnini, as he would join the list of retirements after a tough weekend at the office. Pajola would be the next man to catch and pass Roos, with the checkered flag nearing all the time. But just 3 laps later, he would be in touch with Horton, and at turn 5 he executed the classic slingshot manoeuvre, and the deed was done. Sadly, he was too far back for the podium, but he'd made a big impression. The duel up front sadly never really materialised, as all 3 men were so evenly matched throughout. But it meant that Arthur Dorisson could begin his campaign in victorious fashion, ahead of William Goh and Guillaume Bouzard. It looks like it's going to be one of the closest seasons yet for the Academy Trophy, so a win in 2022 is even sweeter than usual. After the race, Joel Pajola would receive a 10-second penalty and would drop to 10th, whilst Roos would drop to 7th after a loose front fairing. So Horton would be 4th ahead of Bogonovic and Pezel, with Roos 7th ahead of Henry Jocelyn and Jack Buckley. France, Philippines and Luxembourg would share the first Academy podium of the season. But with Bouzard, Goh and Dorisson so evenly matched on pace, there's a genuine chance that these 3 could battle for the title all the way to Le Mans.
After a good start, William in the back of me, and he mistake. It's good I drive with William at Cremona. Today it's good, and my school it's at Le Mans. It's very good track. My feeling is good.
I mean, in practice, we were quickest like every single practice. And then in quali, on a really quick lap actually, we got held up in the last corner where that could have put us on pole. And in each heat, I've had to start P2 every single time, and we know that P2 around this track means that you're gonna be in the dirty side going into the first corner. It's been great, like the engine was good, the team Forza was good, my management team as well was here with me trying to make sure that we had the perfect type of material and everything was just going right. I would like to congratulate Arthur here right beside me and Guillaume for getting in the podium with me. So yeah, it's been really good this weekend.
So I make a pretty good start. I managed to stay in the front of William, so start P2 and in the first corner P2. Then after, William make a great passing me in the inside, and then we just follow him for trying to catch Arthur, but Arthur was very fast and we could not catch him, and the race was like this. So now I've done 2 consecutive poles, so I'm very comfortable for Cremona and Le Mans because the speed is there and the material is there. I have a great support of Jan Koski, my mechanic, and all my sponsors, ACL Luxembourg and Motor Center, who helped me a lot.
Last season saw some big moments in KZ2, as Senna van Walstein finally struck gold in Wackersdorf and ended the season as vice-European champion. But it was Giacomo Polini who grabbed the crown after his stupendous victory in Adria after years of hard work. At the International Super Cup, it was the Renzo Travasanuto who claimed the title in Sweden, having been world champion twice before. In 2022, all 3 men have moved on, so it's time for new names to step forward. KZ2 is one of the most physical forms of motorsport on the planet. Since its inception in 2007, some of the world's best racing drivers have competed to develop their skills and test themselves against the best. This weekend, Tom Luyet has been unstoppable, but with several drivers itching to prove their point and some serious talents emerging, he may not have it all his own way. Luyet launched away ahead of David Trevelov and Marcus Kayak, while Red Bull Junior and KZ2 debutant Arvid Lindblad struggled to get off the line and fell back down the field. Through turn 3, and Daniel Vasile would tangle with Samuel Luyet, and both of their races were over in an instant. By lap 2, Marcus Kayak had decided to make his bid for second place, but David Trevelov was determined to keep him at bay, allowing Luyet a crucial chance to break away. Jorge Pescador would be 4th ahead of Chris Harnon and Norton Andreasen, with the gaps tightening. A lap later, and as Luyet defended, Harnon attacked and forced his Kart Republic ahead of Pescador's CRG. The top 3 were threatening to storm ahead of the chasing field as the race settled into a rhythm. Matteo Spergel would retire on lap 3 after a spin at turn 6, and after initially restarting, the Sodi kart would be too damaged to continue. Harnon managed to close up on Kayak, and eventually made his move into turn 1 to steal a podium position, whilst the 2 leaders were closer than ever. Pescador tried to take advantage, but being impeded allowed Robert Kinderwarter to sneak ahead. The Spaniard wasn't prepared to accept defeat and charged back ahead of the German just a lap later, and despite tough defensive tactics, he wouldn't relent and made his move stick. Further back, and Thomas Imborg was resolute in defence against Christian Habulin, which allowed Arthur Carbonell to pass former champion Andrea Dale. But Giuseppe Palomba couldn't quite repeat the feat. By the time the tyres had warmed up, Tom Luyet was making good use of the momentum in the lead, but Trefelov, Harnon and Kayak were doing everything they could to stay close, as they knew the race still had a long way to go. But the man who stole the show was Arvid Lindblad with an audacious pass on Norton Andreasen to charge up to 7th, allowing Alessio Piccini and Danilo Albanese to pass as well. This gave the Kart Republic driver a chance, and a lap later, Albanese lined up Piccini into the final bend and secured the position. Behind them, the queue was getting very impatient, with the battle tailing all the way down to 25th, Jean Luyet being the first to take matters into his own hands. In the middle of the squabble, Tim Troger would be spat out of the train, ending his race at half distance. At the same time, Lindblad was continuing his charge and edged past Kinderwarter masterfully. Closing up to Kinderwarter, Albanese felt the opportunity to overtake and made his bid neatly for 7th place. Tim Troger, meanwhile, assisted the marshals to clear the circuit, which meant the race could continue without a caution period. Genis Civico had been waiting patiently to make his move on Pacini, and a decisive lunge into Cafe was rewarded, whilst Christian Abulin was not quite so lucky. Kayak was struggling to keep his tyres in check for the final few kilometres, but Pescador had other problems, with Lindblad breathing down his neck. Into turn 2 on the penultimate lap, the British driver found the narrowest of gaps and didn't need asking twice, Albanese managing to squeeze through in unison. All weekend, Tom Lhuillier and the Leclerc by Lennox racing team had been the class act of the event, and what better way to return from injury than to dominate in style at Genk. The Frenchman had waited a long time for his first win at European Championship level, ahead of David Trevelov and Chris Harnan. But in this current form, the rest of the field may need a miracle to catch up to the man at the top of the table. With Marcus Kayak ahead of Arvid Lindblad and Danilo Albanese, Jorge Pescador would lead home Robert Kinderwarter, Jean Lhuillier and the new recruit for KZ2, Norton Andreasen. A maiden podium for Harnan and a close battle between Trefelov and Lhuillier sets us up for a thrilling climax at Cremona, with a new track putting everybody on a level playing field. Who knows what drama will unfold? But for now, it's time to celebrate, Karting Genk style.
Yeah, it was a good final. The first lap was difficult. You have Treffer behind me. Where I need to close the door, 5 laps, and after it's a little bit more easy. And I stay focused on my goal, dragging all to the final because I want to win. It's my first victory here in the CIK, so it's incredible. I can't believe it. I'm really happy. Everybody make a really good job. We need to stay focused, and we will see at Cremona.
Yeah, P2 in the end. I think it's also a good result. Everyone wants to win, also we. Yeah, the pace in the beginning was really good, but in the end it was like we were too slow. Finished second. We collected good points for the championship, and I think it's a good start for the series.
We always knew we were going to be strong with new tires. Just had a lot of trouble with tire wear in the heats. My tires were just gone too quickly. So I was able to get 2-time second place in the first and second heat, but after that we were struggling a little. But I still managed to be able to start in P10 for the final. And yeah, when we were going to put new tires, I knew that we were going to be fast. And yeah, in the start I immediately went up into P5. Then I passed 2 more guys, and yeah, I was quite fast in the end also. Just not enough to catch David, but certainly something we can be proud of.
It's been a very tough weekend, just to maintain the consistency, because as Tom has shown, he's been very fast. But no, I'm proud of the team. I'm proud of all of my guys and the attention to detail that they're really looking into. Couldn't really ask for more for Tom's race. Even in the KZ1 we had also a great weekend for the championship. But no, for Tom's first, let's say, European Championship race with the team after a big crash some years ago, it's great to see him have such a strong comeback.
Riccardo Longhi kick-started 2021 with a fantastic victory at Wackersdorf in a season where he shared driving duties with being Birolart team manager. And he would go on to win the European title when Paolo Ippolito claimed the victory at Adria, his first at European KZ level. But a few months later at Kristianstad, the man who was born and bred at the Swedish track, Noah Millell, claimed an emotional World Championship crown, 25 years after his uncle Johnny Mistievich had done the same. but how will the fight play out in 2022? The only major difference in KZ compared to KZ2, bar the reduction in minimum weight by 5 kilograms, is the chassis and brakes being open rather than a strict regulation. It's where the professional paid drivers for the top teams will quest for glory, and it's affectionately described in motorsport as Formula One without the money. Emilion Denner and Sodikart have been rapid from the outset, but with multiple world and European champions sharing the grid with rising youngsters, 2022 could be the most competitive season in KZ history. A drag race to the first corner between Emilion Denner and Paolo Ippolito resulted in the Frenchman leading into turn 1, with Matteo Vigano holding off the challenge from Pedro Hiltbrand and Jorrit Pex. The Spanish star was ruthless on the opening lap and wrestled his way into third position, whilst Lorenzo Travasanuto was manoeuvring himself smartly into fifth position ahead of Pex. The tough scrap for position in the midfield amongst the Tony Kart factory drivers ended in retirement for Finland's Simo Pohaka after a frustrating weekend plagued by bad luck. The other Paralin of Francesco Salenta was trying to work with Senna van Waalstein to move ahead of the pack. Two world champions met head-to-head as Pex stormed ahead of Travasanuto. He was so stunned by it that his teammate Salenta edged in front as well, with Van Waalstein seeking a chance to take on his rival. Fresh from their KZ2 duels last year, Van Waalstein challenged Travasanuto and pulled ahead, with Stan Pex thwarted in his attempts to join him. Now that the kart was up to speed, Vigano made his attack on Hiltbrand into the first corner, and despite kicking the curb, he was able to accelerate clear into third position. The youngest man on the circuit, Tuka Tarpanen, was learning about KZ the hard way, as 2020 world champion Jeremy Iglesias was giving CRG a much-needed run towards the top 10. After a season of hard work and perseverance, the chassis is finally getting its way back up the grid. Denner was settling into a strong position ahead of Ippolito, who, try as he might, couldn't quite close the gap, allowing the Frenchman to stretch away. Elsewhere, Travasanuto wouldn't rest behind his colleague for long, and Salenta would eventually yield at turn 6 with 10 laps to go. Whilst the Paralin squad settled their differences amicably, two world champions almost came to blows as Pex dived inside Hiltbrand at the final bend and claimed fourth position. After poor starts in previous years, it looked like the Dutchman was finally back to his best. The Sodikart star Van Waalstein was still pursuing Travasanuto and realised that he'd have to pass Salenta too. Over the next few laps, the tyres started to eat away and Ippolito was falling into the clutches of Vigano. But once again, it would be a brutal stalemate. Emilion Denner controlled the pace with wisdom and tenacity in the closing stages, and despite the intense challenge from one of the strongest KZ fields in history, he would give Sodikart their second FIA Karting win in as many weeks after their OK Junior triumph in Thuera. Having never achieved consecutive wins across two disciplines in as many meetings, the hard work from the French outfit may be a turning point after years of toil and relentless development. In the Denner household, the party was just getting started. Ippolito and Vigano were hunted down by a trio of world champions, with Pex ahead of Hiltbrand and Travasanuto. Van Waalstein stayed ahead of Salenta and Iglesias, who led home Stan Pex to complete the top 10. There were mixed emotions on the podium: relief for Vigano after a tough weekend, frustration for Ippolito, who felt a win was possible, and elation for Denner after so much bad luck has finally turned to victory, and it could be the first of many.
First of all, we were really confident coming into this weekend. We've had the speed in every race this year. We've worked pretty good on Thursday, setting up the car perfectly, and then Friday on quali was absolutely perfect. I matched the perfect lap with the perfect slipstream and everything, so it was really good. Then the three heats went well, won all three of them, and then the super heat we struggled a bit with the used tire, but in the end we know coming into the final with the new tire we will be really fast again, so that's what happened, and really happy, thankful for the work of the team. Also TM Racing for the engines, and yeah, Sodikart and CPP for the material.
So we had a really good week. Performance was good in all the heats. Also in qualifying session, I didn't make my best lap, because I found someone during my fly lap, but performance was there, and we arrived at the Super Heats, really competitive, and we won. So really confident also for the final, and we finished second. For sure, it's a good result, not enough for me because I would like to win also the final. Also confident for next race in Cremona, second position for the moment in the standings, so I'm okay.
Well, the minimum goal for the weekend was the podium, so we are happy because we managed to reach it at the end. And after the Saturday hits was, I think I expect to fight for the second and third, because for the win we miss a little bit, because Emiliana show a good speed and I think a better pace. Overall, I cannot complain, and we will see in Cremona. I see in the past years like several drivers win the championship with third and fourth place, so everything open for the last round.
Amazing to be back here, back with a win in the KZ1 after Zuera with the OKJ. Everybody working super hard, and yeah, really happy with the performance. Yeah, unbelievable drive. Yeah, really can't describe exactly how happy I am at the moment, but yeah, it's a good feeling and good to be here.
For the first time in the modern era, France sweeps the top step of the podium in all three categories. For Dorisson, Louillet and Denner, all three have started their seasons in the best possible fashion. And if the pace continues in KZ and KZ2 for both men, we could see the first European karting champion at senior level from France since 1986. But there are still questions to be answered, as several drivers could turn the table around, as we've seen many times before. With only 2 weekends to quest for the crown, they can't afford any mistakes. For now, they are preparing for more battles at the season finale at Cremona in Italy. Before that, our attention will switch back to the OK categories next month at Kristianstad in Sweden. So until then, the kings of karting are all from France.
It's time for a European Championship final here at Cremona Circuit, the venue named after Angelo Bergamonte, the very talented Italian road racing motorcyclist who was sadly taken on 1971 on the streets of Riccione. But a Cremona man born and bred, and this venue named in his honor. The motorcycle circuit and the karting circuit in close proximity to each other. This part of the world loves its speed, its noise, and its passionate exhilaration of motorsport. What a place to crown a European champion in KZ2 and KZ. And what an opportunity for the man on pole position, Moritz Ebner, who could well get his first FIA Karting win here on the circuit today. Hello everybody, welcome to those of you who are watching via motorsport.tv or on the YouTube or Facebook pages for FIA Karting. I'm Jake Sanson, and I'm going to be your guide through the course of these 3 final races of the weekend and the 2 championship title races for KZ2 and KZ. The first of those races today is for the KZ2 category, and we are in for an excellent display out on the circuit here this weekend. What an opportunity this is for the Birolart team to storm the podium. They have 4 karts from the Birolart group in the top 4 positions on the starting grid. But this is a sport where there are no team orders. There are no championships for the teams. So it all comes down to how the drivers battle it out on the circuit. And what a front row. Moritz Ebner and Alessio Pacini with the champion-elect Tom Lulette, 3rd position on the grid, and 4th place Christian Bertucca. Coming into this race, it is very, very clear that there are only 3 drivers in competition to win the KZ2 European title, having had a very exciting battle over the course of the last time out at Genk and here on the circuit at Cremona. Only 3 drivers are still able to mathematically take the title after a sensational battle, after the likes of Arvid Lindblad and Chris Harnan dropped out of the running after failing to make it to the top 10 on the starting grid. Now it all comes down to 3 men. Markus Kayak of Estonia has 21 points. 8 points ahead of him is David Trevelov, the German talent for the Maranello SRP team. But a whopping 14 points ahead is Tom Lulette. It's been a very long time indeed since anybody in KZ2 won the European Championship by winning both finals. But Tom Lulette, in 3rd position on the grid, has a great chance to do so. He doesn't even need to win the final. He only has to outscore David Trevelov, and he has got the job done. But David Trevelov is going to be a contender in the fight, that's for sure, despite the fact that he'll be starting from outside the top 10. It's all but done as far as the Frenchman is concerned, but he's still going to be putting up a fight. So the medals are being presented to the drivers in the field. Jeremy Potain of France and Danilo Albanese of Italy on the back row of the grid. Christian Habulin of Croatia along with Matteo Spergel. They will be there on the 17th row of the grid. In front of them, Markus Kayak of Estonia. And he is lining up alongside Brandon Nilsson, the Swedish driver running under an Italian license. Next up, it is Yannick Julius Bernhardt, the German talent for the Maranello SRP team. And alongside him on the grid, it is his teammate, Tim Troga. Genis Savico, the Italian, on the Modena kart with the Birolart chassis. And alongside him on the grid, it is Gabin Lulette. The 2 twin brothers both make the final. Leonardo Marcellia, the Italian for Birolart, and Jean Nomblot, the Frenchman for the CPB Sport Sodi kart. A fabulous battle ahead for both men. The Spanish talent, Jorge Pescador, for the CRG team. And alongside him on the grid, it is Maxi Paul, the German talent in the DR chassis. Next up, it is the Dutchman, Flint Schuring, of the CPB Sport team in the Sodi kart. And beside him on the grid, Andrea Dalle, one of the legends of gearbox racing. Then next up, it is the leading wildcard, Alessio Baldi, who will be there on the starting grid, alongside the very talented Alex Marigliano in the Drago Corsa machine. Then next up, it is Michael Rossiner in the TB kart. He lines up alongside the British talent, Arvid Lindblad, in the Kart Republic for Stan Peck's Motorsport. Luigi De Lorenzo is next up, the Italian, having had a very exciting run up to this weekend. The Modena driver lining up alongside Giuseppe Palomba, the Birolart driver on the grid. Then it is Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, in the Lenzo kart. He lines up alongside David Trevelov, who is gunning for the European title. Oscar Target a brand new face to FIA Karting this year, and he is so far up the grid, the Australian. Alongside him on the grid, Michael Paparo of the Praga team. Then it is Arthur Carbonel, the Frenchman, who lines up in his CBB Sports Sodi alongside Jean Luyet, the Swiss talent in the Tony Kart Factory team, the captain of the squad in KZ2. Next up, Daniel Vasile of Romania. In the DR, he lines up alongside the CRG of the Finn Paavo Tonteri. And then we come to the top 6. These are the favourites for the victory today. The 307, the Frenchman Thomas Imborg for the Sodi Kart team of CBB Sport. Alongside him, his teammate, the Dutchman Tim Gerhards. On the second row of the grid, the Italian Christian Bertucca will line up on the outside. On the inside, Tom Lulette, who in a few laps could become the European champion. And on the front row of the grid, Alessio Pacini and Moritz Ebner, their first front row of 2022. And what a chance for both men to seal the deal. An amazing start is in the offing here at the Cremona circuit. It's taken them just 2 months of preparation to get this place ready for an international karting meeting. This is only the second ever race meeting to take place on this karting circuit, and certainly the first international race meeting. What an incredible effort it has been from the staff here at the Cremona circuit, named in honor of the fantastic Andrea Bergamonti. What a magnificent performance from them to bring us to an incredible venue, the first time in FIA Karting. And we've had some amazing entertainment on this circuit so far. But what a challenge it's going to be to finish off and conclude an exceptional title fight in the KZ2 European Championship. We've had some amazing performers over the years, and some exceptional competitors have come through to win the category in the European Championship over the years. Thomas Knopper, Tony Lavanon, Angelo Lombardo, Paolo De Conto, Fabian Federer, Simas Tjodversis, Emil Antonsen, Andrea Dale, Joel Johansson, Fabian Federer, Leon Köhler, Adrian Renaudin, Emil Skaras, Victor Gustafsson. And of course last year it was the fantastic Giacomo Polini. But this man is in pole position, Moritz Ebner for the Birolart Factory team. The first time he has ever claimed an FIA Karting pole position. And what an opportunity here at Cremona. He's coming of age and showcasing his skills. Pole position after an exceptional weekend for him. He really has been monstrous here at Cremona. Smooth and consistent throughout, Alessio Pacini with a chance to be there at the front of the grid. Second position, all he needs is a good start, and he could win here at Cremona. Everybody's starting to clear the grid. 5-minute board goes up. It's going to be a fabulous battle. But this man could be about to become the KZ2 European champion. Tom Lulette bidding to become the first Frenchman to do so since 2018 when Adrien Renaudin took the title. Is this the moment for Tom Lulette? He certainly has a 14-point advantage coming into this race. And it's going to be an absolutely fantastic battle. There is the man who's going to challenge for victory, Christian Bertucca, one of the fastest men in qualifying, unbeaten until the final heat of the weekend. Christian Bertucca has a great chance to put on an amazing show from fourth on the grid. It's going to be a sensational charge forward from Christian Bertucca in this one. What a weekend he's had. Finally, the bad luck seems to have disappeared. Tim Gerhards, 5th position on the grid for the Dutchman. Easily the best weekend he's ever had in KZ2 in what is still very much his first year in the category. But he's come straight up to the top end. Let's see what he can do here in Cremona. Very impressive performance from Tim Gerhards so far, and what a chance it is for him as he moves forward. 6th position on the grid, the flamboyant Thomas Imborg, one of the top European esports racers as well as one of the top gearbox racers in KZ2. This is his opportunity to show everybody what he can do. 3rd row of the starting grid for Thomas Imborg. A great chance for him as he continues to make progress. So let's see what he can achieve in this one. The ever-present flying Finn, Paavo Tonteri, lining up 7th on the grid in the CRG. He's always a factor in these races. Never count him out. If anybody's going to send it on the inside, it's going to be Paavo. Always seems to find an overtaking move from thin air. Clear the track is the signal. The 3-minute board goes up on the start line. And what about this man? Daniel Vasile, robbed of an opportunity in Genk, could easily have been on the podium, the Romanian driver for the DR Racing chassis. This could be his opportunity to bounce back in style. 8th position on the starting grid for the Romanian. He'll definitely be wanting a little bit more than that, but he's in prime position. If he gets the start right, anything is possible. And there is Jean Luyet as he gets himself ready for 9th position on the grid. The Swiss driver leading the Tony Kart factory team to try and seal another European title. To be fair to them, in KZ2, they haven't managed a European title since Leon Köhler back in 2017. But alongside him on the grid is Arthur Carbonell, rounding out the top 10. And the CPB Sport driver always seems to be in the right place at the right time to take advantage of others' misdemeanors. This could be the moment of glory as he gets himself ready for a great chance. An ultra-competitive top 10. And what a sensational battle this is going to be. This is all down to Tom Lulet's focus. He's going to try and hold it together in his bid to become only the 3rd Frenchman ever to win a European KZ2 title. Tony Lavanant in 2008 for Energy Course, and in 2018, Adrien Renaudin in the Sodi Kart are the previous 2 Frenchmen to win the title. But what an opportunity this is. And I'm trying to remember the last time a KZ2 driver won the European title by winning both finals. It was certainly a long time ago. 1 minute board goes up, and this is the moment of truth. The pressure is on the Birolart quartet here. They want to be in the best possible frame of mind to make this work out in their favor, but they can't afford mistakes. They can't afford slip-ups. Moritz Ebner, pole position for him. He's never been in this situation before, and he's got one of the stars of the Birolart KZ2 team alongside him on the front row, Alessio Piccini. If ever there's been more pressure on Moritz Ebner, he certainly hasn't felt it like this. And 3rd on the grid, Tom Lulet for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. They could be about to get their first European KZ2 title since Victor Gustafsson got the job done in 2020, their first season. The tension is building here at Cremona, the first ever FIA Karting final on this circuit, and what a momentous occasion it is. And in the KZ2 final, it's 25 laps to come, and we are going to crown a European champion. Who's it going to be? Will it be Tom Lulet? Will it be David Trevelov? Or will it be Marcus Kayak? There's only one way to find out. Bring on the 25 laps, and let's see who's still standing on top. So it's Moritz Ebner in pole position from Alessio Piccini, then Tom Lulet and Christian Bertucca, Tim Gerhards and Thomas Imborg from Paavo Tonteri and Daniel Vasile, Jean Luyet and Arthur Carbonell from Michael Paparo and Oscar Target, David Trevelov and Giorgio Carrara, Giuseppe Palomba and Luigi De Lorenzo, Arvid Lindblad and Michael Rossina from Alex Marigliano and Alessio Baldi, the leading wildcard. Then it's Andrea Dalle and Flint Schuring from Maxi Ball and Jorge Pescador. Jean Nomblo is alongside Leonardo Marcellia, then Gavin Lulet and Genis Vico, Tim Troga and Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Brandon Nilsson beside Marcus Kayak, so it's a big mountain for him to climb. Matteo Spergel, Christian Habulin, Danilo Albanese and Jeremy Potain. So coming into this race, Tom Lulet is 14 points ahead of David Trevelov. If it were to finish anywhere like this, then Tom Lulet would be the European champion. There are no dropped scores in KZ or KZ2. Every point counts. So Tom Lulet, the pressure is off him in a way. He's in 3rd place with David Trevelov outside the top 10. Trevelov's DNF earlier in the weekend meant he did not score any points from the qualifying heats, whereas Lulet scored 8, taking his championship lead, which was at 6, up to 14. So it looks pretty good as far as he's concerned. 25 points available for the win, of course, then 20, 16, 13, 11 and 10, all the way down to 1 point for 15th place. So at the moment, Trevelov would be scoring championship points, but if it stays like this, Tom Lulet would score 16. And obviously with a lead already of 14, it looks pretty good for the Frenchman, Tom Lulet. He doesn't even have to win this race. He just needs to stay in the top 3. The pressure's off him, but the pressure's on for this man, Moritz Ebner, in the pole position for his first FIA Karting final. I can't even begin to imagine what it's like for the drivers in this situation. 25 laps of this 1.21 kilometer circuit. in the baking Italian sunshine. It's only 30 degrees Celsius, a little bit less than it was this time yesterday. But that isn't going to make it any less difficult for the drivers in the longest race of the weekend. 25 laps and the pressure cooker boiling over to oblivion for a few of the drivers, no doubt, before we get ourselves underway. The FIA Karting European Championship final for KZ2. We're about to crown our first FIA champion of 2022 in any discipline of motorsport. Moritz Ebner in pole position, Alessio Piccini in second, and the man starting third is just 25 laps away from sealing his ambition. European karting champion in KZ2. Can he do it? Even if David Trevelov is able to get ahead of Tom Lulette, he has to outscore him by 15 points. So a podium has to be the opportunity for Trevelov. So it's time to get this race underway. Drivers make their way to the starting grid. Standing start, of course, the most spectacular form of karting start, as the drivers gear themselves up for an exciting show. So how is this going to play out? Drivers on the grid, hoping for glory. Ebner, Piccini, Lulette, Bertucca, Gerhards, Imborg, the flag at the back of the grid. The lights will come on, and we're about to go racing at Cremona for the European Championship final in KZ2. Ready, Avanti! And it's a terrible start for Ebner. No start at all for the Sodi or Pavel Tortelli of the CRG. They finally get away, and Arvid Lindblad has been left on the starting grid. Terrible for Lindblad, as Lulette manages to get himself back into fourth position after a tricky start. So Lulette is in front of Vasile. Lindblad is at the back of the field. He gets going again, but it's all gone wrong for the Englishman. As down the back straight, Ebner leads Piccini, Bertucca, Lulette, and I think that's Gerhards in front of Imborg. Oh, and there's an off in the background. That is Tim Gerhards. Tim Gerhards, who had such a great weekend. He's now down at the back. What a disaster for the Dutchman. He really didn't deserve to be down there at the back of the field, but that's where he's got to play it out from now on. So at the start of a very dramatic race, is that Piccini in the lead now? It is. The 319 is ahead of Ebner. So it's Piccini, Bertucca, Ebner and Lulette from Vasile and Imborg as the field battles their way through. Where is Trevelov? He's up to 10th. So Trevelov is charging his way forward, trying to get himself into championship winning contention. Trevelov is really pushing it. Piccini, Bertucca. Bit of a gap back now to Ebner, who's hanging on in front of Lulette. Lulette is trying to defend his position for Vasile. Daniel Vasile trying to get past. To be honest with you, Lulette doesn't even have to battle this hard. Even if Trevelov gets through, Trevelov has to get 14 more points than Tom Lulette. In fact, he has to get 15 more points than Tom Lulette in this race in order to come through as the champion. So Bertucca tucking in behind Piccini. 2 laps completed, 23 to go. So Bertucca hugging the apex as he charges in behind the race leader, Alessio Piccini. Bertucca still third. Lulette is fourth. Vasile is fifth. Then it is Imborg, Carbonell, Target, Luyet, Paparo and Trevelov. So Trevelov has lost out to the Praga, and that is not good. He needs to make progress, not lose it. Here comes Tom Lulette on the inside of the move on Moritz Ebner, and he's back on the podium. Tom Lulette now in third position. So this is great news for the Frenchman. He really needed to be in the podium to stand the best possible chance of becoming European champion in KZ2, and he's making good work of it. Through the final sector they come, out of the final turn, and onto the main straight. Piccini, Bertucca and Lulette. This is perfect for Tom Lulette. He just needs to keep it together in the roughest, toughest race of the weekend. Piccini going well here in front of Bertucca. Bertucca's shadowing his every move. You kind of get the sense that Bertucca wants to get past fairly quickly and then stretch away. Tom Lulette has been ultra quick all weekend. The only race he didn't win was when he was finishing behind Arvid Lindblad. And then he picked up 2 penalties in that heat. One for jumping the start, and then another for having a loose front fairing. So it was always very, very touchy for Tom Lulette, but he's been consistent in every other race and won every time to get himself into a good position for the final. But he looks good. If it stays like this, he's on 59 compared to Piccini, who would come up to second in the rankings on 37, and then Trevelov on 34. Piccini wants to be second in the European Championship. If he can't win, he may as well get second. So Let's see if Pacini can hold off in front of Christian Bertucca. Bertucca still trying. Lulet's closing right in. He doesn't want to win this by default. He wants to win this by wrestling for the victory. It's been a long time since the European champion in KZ2 has won the title by winning both finals. He won't get the perfect score because he only ended up third on the grid for the final. But he wants to win. He doesn't want to come third. He'll still be European champion if it stays like this. David Trevelov in 11th place. He's not making the progress he wanted to in the Maranello chassis. He's currently dueling with Michael Rossina and the leading wildcard Alessio Baldi. And Tom Lulet into second. He's made his move. He's got through on Christian Bertucca. So Tom Lulet now in second place. The Leclerc by Lennox car is now just one step away from claiming the victory in both finals, making him the undisputed European champion. What a smooth run this is from Tom Lulet. Closing right up on Pacini. Pacini knows he's there, so he starts defending. I want to win this, says Pacini. And if he gets overtaken, he's not going to be second in the championship. That's going to go the way of David Trevelov. Trevelov is still not making a lot of progress in 11th place. But you can bet that Tom Lulet is going to give it absolutely everything. A big slide on the inside, lovely move from Thomas Imborg as he gets past Vasile, and now Artur Carbonell sneaks through as well. So the Romanian driver, Daniel Vasile in the DR, losing 2 places to the Saudis, with Jean Liet, the next one in the line, trying to get 7th place. Excellent driving standards so far in the KZ2 final. Everybody who started is still on the road. Sadly, at the back of the field, it is Arvid Lindblad after his poor start. But Tom Lulet is just taking this one lap at a time. He has plenty of it. He doesn't need to beat Alessio Pacini. He just needs to get it together. Keep it nice and tidy for the remainder of this race. But he's a racing driver. He wants to win. He doesn't want to come second. As Moritz Ebner now closes up on Christian Bertucca. Bertucca still close to Lulet. Lulet closing up on the race leader Alessio Pacini. 7 down and 18 to go. It's a long, long race. So there's no rush for Tom Lulet. Having got into second place, he doesn't want to risk his chances by pushing too hard too soon. So far, an excellent run. Down the back straight. Pacini, Lulet, Bertucca, Ebner. Bit of a gap back to Thomas Imborg and Artur Carbonell. Then Vasile, Luyet, Target and Paparo. Trevelov can't get into the top 10 again by the look of it. He's trying desperately to close up on Michael Paparo, but this weekend, he just hasn't quite been able to get it together. Just like in 2021, so close to the top spot in the European Championship. Trevelov had a lot of bad luck last year. Looks like he's had even more in 2022. The DNF yesterday really counting against him as Lindblad sets the fastest lap, driving with the red mist, no doubt. But Tom Lulet is a mere 17 laps away from becoming European champion. So there is Lindblad, desperately trying to close up on the drivers in front. Jeremy Potain and Genis Savico battling away. And Pacini runs with Lulet. Bertucca, Ebner, and then there's a gap back to Imborg. From Carbonell, Vasile, Luyet, Target, Paparo, Trevelov and Rossina. De Lorenzo, Alessio Baldi and Jorge Pescador are the ones who are going to finish in the points, as there's a nice battle there. 365 makes the move up the inside line. That is Tim Gerhardt, I believe, trying to get himself back into position once more. That's Matteo Spergel getting back into position once more, I should say. He made the move on Gerhardt. So Spergel, who was fighting in the top 6 earlier on, had a very difficult couple of races that got everything away from him. So Matteo Spergel dropping right down to the back of the field. And that really has hampered his weekend's chances. Lap 10. Lulet just keeping nice and tidy behind Pacini. Not quite close enough for the overtaking move yet. Doesn't even need to do it. Looks like it could stay like this and Tom Lulet could become European champion without even breaking a sweat. Left, right. Nice and tidy through the S's. Up to the final corner. That square right-hander brings you back onto the main straight. Tom Lulet definitely looking pretty content in second place, just hustling behind Pacini, making him do the work. 10 down, 15 to go. Very quick laps, of course, in the world of FIA Karting. Just to give you an idea, the fastest lap of the race is a 46.315, and that has been set, or it was a 46.315, it's now a 46.210, because it's been broken again by Arvid Lindblad. Fastest man on the track, Tom Lulet, having set the fastest lap. Now it's been taken away again by Arvid Lindblad. So Lulet closing up, trying to get himself onto the back of Alessio Piccini, and he's definitely closed right up now, in through the final bend. There could be an opportunity for Tom Lulet if he gets a good final run out of the turn. Across the line again. And Tom Lulet hustling Piccini, doesn't want to ruin it. He's got to keep it nice and tidy, got to keep it together. Alessio Piccini battling it out with Tom Lulet for the victory. But the Frenchman in second place looks like he's going to get the European Championship title. He just needs to keep it together. What he's got to do here is beat Trevelov, who's just been overtaken, by the way, by Michael Rossiner. Michael Rossiner's just got past Trevelov, and that'll drop the German down to 12th place. This is not good news for Trevelov at all. Marcus Kayak is doing his best to make progress, but he's only 29th, so he is not going to score points in this one. So Tom Lulet could pretty much win this with his eyes closed, the way it's currently going. 12 done, 13 remaining. This is the half-distance lap. Very smooth run. Piccini's still out in front, but now he's got pressure from Bertucca. Bertucca wants to win the race. He couldn't care less about the man in front winning the title. This isn't about that for Bertucca. This is about taking a win. Christian Bertucca wants to win the last race of the European Championship. He wants to be on the top step of the podium. He wants the silverware in his cabinet. Moritz Ebner in 4th place has dropped away now. 1.3 seconds, half a second ahead of Thomas Imborg. So still the battles rage, but between the top three, it's tightening up. Piccini, Lulet and Bertucca. Then a bit of a gap back to Moritz Ebner. Imborg, Carbonell, Vasile, Luyet, Target and Paparo. Everything else is pretty serene at the moment here at Cremona. 12 to go. We are beyond half distance now. And Tom Lulet is sizing up an opportunity on Piccini, just starting to get into his blind spots. Through the piff-paff. Left, right, back straight. The next corner is an obvious overtaking move, but I'm not sure if he's close enough yet, especially with Piccini protecting the line like that. Thomas Imborg sets the fastest lap of the race. The Frenchman in the CPB Sports Sodi. 46.1 from him. By the way, Lindblad has caught up to the back of Jeremy Potain, so now he is going to try and make up some overtaking moves before this race is over, and he's already got one of them. He's just made his way past Jeremy Potain. 15 laps will have been completed by the end of this one. 14 down at the moment, 11 to go. Alessio Piccini is keeping it nice and tidy in front of Tom Lulet. So here they go, across the line. Very closely knit, I have to say. Amazing work from the drivers, because they've made a hard race of it, but it's a very clean and fair race. All 36 drivers are still on the track. And this is all about the great skill and racecraft of these competitors. They can teach a lot of racing drivers in a lot of disciplines about how to keep your car on the racetrack. And this is even more physically demanding than any of those. So fabulous from Piccini, Lulet and Bertucca so far. They have got a little bit of a gap between themselves and Ebner. 15 down, 10 to go. In through turn 1. Middle apex, through 2. Up to 3. And 4. Double apex, right-hander. Up to the hairpin at 5. Then back up towards piff-paff. Left, right, onto the back straight. And they will approach turn 8, the hairpin. Lulet still controlling his pace. Into the hairpin. One line through there. You come out of it on acceleration and up to 9. Through the left-hander, then through the next, turn 10, just as tight a net radius, and then into 11 through the hairpin. Through 12, through the right. Lulet goes for the lead and takes it. Tom Lulet gets into the lead, and he's joined by Christian Bertucca. Tom Lulet gets into the lead with an amazing move into 12, and Tom Lulet hits the front. He could be about to make history. It's been so long since the KZ2 European Championship was won by 2 wins in a final. As into the pits to retire comes Tim Gerhardt. So his brilliant weekend, I'm afraid, comes to nothing. But Tom Lulet may be about to become the 3rd Frenchman to win the KZ2 European title, the first for 4 years, and certainly the first for a long time to win both finals in the way of doing so. There are 70 points available in the KZ2 European Championship, and Lulet is looking at 68 of them. Absolutely astonishing. Here comes Lulet, Bertucca Pacini, Ebner, and the 307 of Thomas Imborg. Everyone else is playing catch-up now. Oh, and that's a retirement for Carbonell. Carbonell's come off on the final corner, and he is absolutely livid. Up to Carbonell. Out of the, oh, and that's Michael Rossiner. Rossiner's at a tangle. Now it's starting to get to them. So Michael Rossiner has had a bit of a moment there, and I'm afraid that's the TV car dropping back a few places. Problems there. I think Oscar Target had a moment on that lap as well. So Michael Rossiner dropping back. Oscar Target losing a little bit of traction down to 8th place. Rossiner's now come through in 13th and has promoted David Treveloff to the top 10 again, but it's academic because Tom Lulet is leading with 7 to go. Here comes Thomas Imborg, having worked very hard to close back up on Moritz Ebner. So this is for 4th place. Thomas Imborg wanting to get a Sodi card on the podium if he can, and to break the quartet deadlock of the Birolart group. These have been the 2 successful chassis over the weekend in KZ2 and in KZ actually. Only 2 other chassis have had a look in at any point over the weekend. Giorgio Carrara picked up a victory in the Lenzo car, and Arvid Lindblad won the final race yesterday in his Kart Republic. Every other race this weekend in Gearbox has been won by either a Birolart or a Sodi. So Tom Lulet battling away. Good racecraft in the middle of the gaggle there as the 306 trying to work its magic to move forward. That is the struggling Giuseppe Palomba dueling with Gavin Lulet, the twin brother of the race leader, Tom Lulet. But Tom is actually pulling out a bit of a gap now over Christian Bertucca. Bertucca looks like he's going to get 2nd, Pacini 3rd, Ebner 4th, and Imborg 5th. But Imborg still going to push hard on the back of Moritz Ebner as they come onto the back straight. Imborg still working hard. Tom Lulet, new fastest lap, 46.0 for him. There's Vasile and Luyet in front of Oscar Target, Michael Paparo, and David Treveloff. You have to give full credit to David Treveloff. He's worked incredibly hard this season, but it's just not come the way of the German. He gets the move on the inside though. Oh, that's his teammate, sorry. That's Tim Throger battling away with Alex Marigliano in the Drego Corsa. So an interesting challenge and tough opposition and rivalry all the way through this KZ2 pack. 5 laps remaining, and there's Arvid Lindblad. He's got himself quite a long way up actually. He's there with the 315 of Brandon Nilsson. So he's made up 5 places since the start. Not bad when you consider that he was a good 10 seconds behind everybody on the first lap. So a really impressive drive from Lindblad, but unfortunately it was 10 seconds too late. So Tom Lulet in the lead still with 4.5 laps to go. And he is about to do something that not many Frenchmen have ever done. Only Tony Lavanant and Adrien Renardin have won a KZ2 European title from France. As into the pits to retire comes the 377. That is Marigliano. What a shame. So Alex Marigliano is out of the final, and he was doing such a good job leading up to that point. But a mechanical failure of some kind for Alex Marigliano. He joins Tim Gerhardt and Arthur Carbonell on the sidelines. It was never going to be a perfect 1-0 for the 36 drivers to finish the race, because the final of a KZ2 European title is always tough and grueling. But this man is about to do something quite unspeakable. Not only is he going to become European champion and become the first Frenchman to do it for 4 years, but he's also going to give the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team their 2nd European KZ2 title in 3 years of racing. And also, he's going to do it by winning both finals if he keeps this together for the last 3 laps. Something that hasn't been done for many a year. Usually, it's about consistency and about being in the right place at the right time. It's very rare to get a driver who wins both finals in the KZ2 European Championship fight, just because of how competitive it is. But Tom Lulet really has broken the mold this season. Look at that gap back between Imborg and Vasile. There is the DR in front of Luyet, Target, Paparo and Treveloff, who is going to have to concede defeat here and finish up in 2nd, with Giorgio Carrara of Argentina looking like he's going to take the final championship point of the season. And what about this battle further back? It's getting quite heated. That's Albanese going wheel to wheel with Maxi Paul. So Albanese trying to move his way forward after a very difficult European Championship campaign. But this is all good preparation for Le Mans, because obviously they've got the World Championships coming up in September, as Bertucca slides into the clutches of Pacini and Imborg. Oh, sorry, this is Pacini, Ebner and Imborg. Bertucca is still within a second of the race leader, Tom Lulet. So just in case something happens to the man up front, Bertucca is there, ready to steal. But we are just a lap and a bit away from crowning the latest KZ2 European champion. And it's been quite a history leading up to this point. They come through in fine style. A good pressure now from the 329 of Christian Bertucca. He's still within a second of Lulette, but into the final lap comes the Leclerc by Lennox as Tom Lulette is on the run to victory. What a season he's had. Ebner still being hunted down by Imborg while trying to stay close to Pacini. But what about this man? From Thomas Knopper to Tony Lavanor to Angelo Lombardo to Paolo Di Conto, Fabian Federer, Seamus Judversis, Emil Antonsen, Andrea Dali, Joel Johansson, Fabian Federer, Leon Kohler, Adrian Renaudin, Emil Scaras, Victor Gustafsson and Giacomo Polini. We now have a new European champion about to come home. The 16th time it has happened in KZ2, the third from France. He comes through for Leclerc by Lennox Racing's second European title in 3 campaigns. What a run! Incroyable! Tom Lulette is European champion! Magnifique, mon brave! Tom Lulette, absolutely dominant season in 2022. It's been years since a driver has won both finals over the KZ2 European Championship season. Tom Lulette, undisputed European champion 2022. Magic. Absolutely magic. What a result for Tom Lulette. There's winning a title, and then there's winning it like that. Just astonishing. Looks like we've got a final lap misdemeanor. One of the CRGs having come off the road in the final bend, I think. But what a momentous moment for Tom Lulette, the first European champion of 2022. And the driver that came off on the final lap, by the way, was Brandon Nilsson in the CRG. But what a result for Tom Lulette. He cannot believe it. Absolutely extraordinary. Bouncing back from injury a long time ago. What a way to return. Tom Lulette from Christian Bertucca and Alessio Pacini on the podium. Thomas Imborg and Moritz Ebner from Daniel Vasselay, Jean Luyet, Oscar Target, Michael Paparo and David Trevlov. Luigi De Lorenzo, Jorge Pescador, Michael Rossiner, Alessio Baldi and Giorgio Carrara are the point scorers, with Leonardo Marsiglia and Paolo Tonteri just in front of Andrea Dale. 19th place for Danilo Albanese, a great comeback, 16 places made up. Maxi Paul ahead of Yannick Julius Bernhardt, and a great charge through from Christian Abulin, 12 made up for him. Giuseppe Palomba, Marcus Kayak, Gabi Lulette, Tim Troga, Matteo Spergel, Jean Nomblo and Flint Schuring, ahead of Arvid Lindblad, Jenny Savico and Jeremy Potain. Retirements, Brandon Nilsson, Alex Marigliano, Artur Carbonell and Tim Gerhards. But we have here in Cremona a new European champion. His name, Tom Lulette. And there he is. He cannot believe it. He knew he was quick this weekend, but I don't think even he felt he was going to be that quick. Tom Lulette, there he is. After a sensational run to the European Championship title, he is down there with his colleagues in the pit lane. Oh, it was Gavin Lulette we were looking at there. Easy to mistake them. They are twins after all. But there is the man, the new European champion of 2022 in KZ2. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the man who has made it happen, Tom Lulette. He becomes the third Frenchman after Tony Lavanant and Adrien Renaudin to become KZ2 European champion for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. This will be the pinnacle of his racing career achievements. Having returned from injury a couple of years ago, it was always going to be doubtful as to whether he could ever run at this level again. But Jordan Lennox Lamb believed in him, as did the entirety of the Birol group. And they have been richly, richly rewarded by this talented young Frenchman. What a performance. They're going to push him further forward. He's got to work hard to get to the podium. Tom Lulette is going to have his moment of glory down in pit road. Absolutely wonderful. An amazing display. That wasn't just a great win. That was an emphatic win from Tom Lulette. He wasn't going to win it just by being there. He wanted to get the win his way. And out of the 70 points available to win the title, He's got 68. That's just extraordinary. An amazing champion. And it's going to be very hard to see how anybody can beat that, even in the years to come. In the current era, when you've only got 2 rounds of the European Championship, getting 70 points is well nigh impossible. So scoring 68 for Tom Lulette, that really is exceptional. And if you consider that had he not jumped the start and had a front fairing yesterday in one of the heats, he probably would have got pole position for this race. So he could very easily have got 70. It was only circumstances that kept that accolade away from him. What an extraordinary performance from Tom Lulette. It's been an amazing battle for him. And of course, the race after this one is going to see us have 8 championship contenders rather than 3. Look at the joy and the celebration as Tom Lulette and his mechanics celebrate. He is the European KZ2 champion. Magnificent. He gets the congratulations from Alessio Piccini. He's happy for him. Piccini can be happy as well. He's 3rd in the championship. And look at that, the Maranello crew coming over to congratulate Alessio Piccini. And there is Matteo Vigano congratulating him as well. Jeremy Iglesias knows what it is to be world champion. He congratulates Tom Lulette. What a wonderful, wonderful set of scenes we've got down here in pit lane. Tom Lulette, the hero of the hour. L'héros de l'heure. What a magnificent moment for Tom Lulette. He finishes up on 68 points. David Trevelov on 35 is the runner-up, the vice-champion of Europe. And Alessio Piccini, 3rd in the standings. Christian Bertucka, Thomas Imborg, and Marcus Kayak from Moritz Ebner, Jorge Pescador, Arvid Lindblad, and Daniel Vasselay in the top 10 of the standings. Truly, truly extraordinary. It's been an amazing KZ2 European Championship season. Genk was extraordinary. Cremona has been sensational. And Tom Lulette has won the final on both occasions. Truly, truly phenomenal driving all season from Tom Lulette. And he, in correlation with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, led by Jordan Lennox-Lamb, who I'm sure will make his way to the podium. It's going to be celebration time. And for the Birolart group, they're going to have a big, big party tonight because all 3 positions on the podium are filled by Birolart chassis. What an excellent, excellent achievement for Ronnie Sala and the crew here in the heat of the European Championship. And you can see that the temperature has actually gone up a little bit in preparation for the next fantastic final, which is not far away. That's going to be the KZ European Championship final, where 8 drivers are contesting the title. But coming up towards us now, the podium ceremony for the KZ2 European Championship final here at Cremona. And it'll be Alessio Piccini, Christian Bertucka, and the new European champion, Tom Lulette, who make their way to the podium. Time to welcome the drivers to the podium after a fantastic FIA Karting European Championship finale here at the Cremona circuit, and three very happy and deserving drivers are going to make their way to the podium. In third position for Italy, Alessio Piccini. A terrific end to the season for Alessio, and he will finish up not only third in the race, but third in the European Championship as well. In second position for Italy, Christian Bertucca! A first FIA Karting podium in KZ2. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium, your winner and your new European champion for France, Tom Loulet! What a moment for Tom Loulet, and we will welcome the winning team manager for Leclerc by Lennox. Please welcome Jordan Lennox-Lamb! And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for France. What an amazing podium for the Birolart Group. All three places filled by Birolart chassis. We will now welcome our dignitaries to the podium. Firstly, Ennio Gandolfi, the track manager here at Cremona Circuit. He will come forward to present the trophies to our drivers in third and second places. So, first of all, we will ask Ennio Gandolfi to give the trophy to our driver in third position for Italy and Birolart, Alessio Piccini! And we will also ask Signor Gandolfi to come forward to present the trophy for our driver in second position after a fantastic battle. And great to see how the drivers are going to be welcoming the moment again. So Ennio Gandolfi, come forward once again. And time to get the driver in second place, the moment of glory for Italy and for the Birolart Racing Team, Christian Bertucca! And now we will ask Signor Alessandro Cannavaro, the administrator of Cremona Circuit, to come forward and present the trophy to our winning driver and our new KZ2 European champion for Leclerc by Lennox Racing and for France, Tom Loulet! An amazing moment. We will also ask Signor Cannavaro to give the trophy to our winning team manager for Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Lennox-Lamb! A second title in 3 years for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team in KZ2. A wonderful achievement, and your three drivers together on the podium. So the podium shot, they will get the bouquets of flowers from Renaud Didier of the FIA. And then they will be able to pose together in fantastic style on the podium. Fantastic start from the KZ2 European Championship final here at Cremona. Let's ask the drivers to pose together with trophies and flowers after a fantastic battle here at Cremona. Ladies and gentlemen, Alessio Piccini, Christian Bertucca, and your race winner, Tom Loulet! A fantastic display from the drivers in the KZ2 European final. And now we're going to get everybody to celebrate in style. Obviously protocol and photograph procedure has to be adhered to. The drivers just want to party. They want to celebrate in style. And guess what? They're going to get to, because now it's time for our KZ2 drivers on the podium here at Cremona to celebrate in style under the Italian sunshine. It's time for our KZ2 podium to get busy with the fizzy! Ladies and gentlemen, a champion has been crowned and the Birolart party has just begun. Ladies and gentlemen, Alessio Pacini, Christian Bertucca, and your race winner and European champion KZ2 2022, Tom Lunet. And so the KZ2 fight may be over, but the KZ fight is about to get underway. It's going to be a sensational end to the weekend for the KZ drivers as they prepare for glory in the KZ final. the moment we've all been waiting for. The drivers and karts have made their way to the starting grid for the race that will crown us a European champion. The drivers have been waiting for this all weekend long, and the build-up has been astonishing. Competitors from far and wide have come and travelled to watch this race battle unfold, and it really has been an exceptional journey to get us up to this point. We've had some extraordinary duels on the circuit here this weekend, and now come the European Championships in the Premier category for Gearbox, a contest that goes all the way back to 1974, and the fantastic Art van Dalen and Ben van Velsen, the two Dutchmen who got their first Formula C 125cc European Championship titles back in 1974 and 75. And since then, it's been a bit of a tussle between the Italians and the Dutch, all the way through from that point onwards. Gianfranco Baroni, Giancarlo Vanaria, Alessandro Piccini, and various other big names have come through and done incredible things over the years. Piccini, Gianluca Beggio, Davide Fore, Giuseppe Palmieri, Massimiliano Orsini, Nicola Gianniberti, Federico Gemmo, and the fantastic legend that we all love and cherish, Alessandro Zanardi, have all come through and won this title over the years. But then in the more recent updates, since KZ1 became a factor in 2007, drivers have been following in the shade of the likes of Francesco D'Adauto, Saro Cesetti, and Roberto Toninelli. When the first European Championship under KZ1 battle came up, it was 2007 for Alessandro Manetti, and then Jonathan Tonon. A pair of European titles for Bas Lammers followed, and then Paolo De Conto, Jorrit Pex, Max Verstappen, Rick Driesen, Flavio Campaneschi, Marco Ardigo, Paolo De Conto again, a pair of European titles for Jorrit Pex from Marijn Kremers and Riccardo Longhi. These drivers have all been battling, and now they get to do it in style in the European Championship final once more. Valerio Giambattista, Luis Ponsaudo, and Nicolo Cagato receive their medals for reaching the final, as does Quentin Voria, and alongside it will be Lewis Speck, the youngest man on the grid, I do believe, for many a year until the appearance of Tuka Tarpanen. Then it is Riccardo Longhi, the outgoing champion, alongside Adrien Renaudin, the man who won the KZ2 European title 4 years ago. Then the German talent, Mario Lubick on your right side. On your left side, Alessandro Irlando for the CRG team. He knows what it's like to be a European Championship contender. Jorrit Pex knows what it's like to win it. He lines up alongside Johan Sorel. The drivers in front of them, the wild card, the leading wild card this weekend, Michele Fontana for the Leclerc by Lennox team, and he lines up alongside Victor Gustafsson. Now to the business end of the grid, Emilion Denner, a big mission for him from a low down position on the grid. He'll want to get there at the top spot, and he's alongside Lorenzo Travasanuto. Might be late to the grid, but he certainly won't be late to the party as he battles away for position here at Cremona. Two legends of the sport in their own right. Davide Fore, the man who knows everything there is to know about karting, and Tuka Tarpanen, the man who appears to just be getting started, the reigning OK world champion. Marijn Kremers lining up on the outside. Francesco Salenta lining up on the inside. And mathematically, Francesco could still win this European title. Then the next row of the grid sees Stan Pex lining up alongside the reigning world champion, Noah Milel. Ahead of them, Jeremy Iglesias, back to the front again in the world of KZ, 8th on the grid, alongside Lorenzo Camplese. And now we come to one of the big title contenders, Matteo Vigano, who lines up alongside Simo Pohaka in the Tony Kart factory outfit. The second row of the grid, in 4th place, Paolo Ippolito. Coming into this race, he is the championship leader, 36 points. Alongside him on the grid, Juho Valtonen in 3rd. But on the front row, two men who could become European champion today. Senna van Walstein of the Netherlands, and on pole position for Spain, Pedro Hiltbrand. What a contest this is going to be. Coming into this race, 8 drivers could become European champion. Paolo Ippolito, Emilion Denner, Matteo Vigano, Pedro Hiltbrand, Jorrit Pex, Senna van Walstein, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Francesco Salenta. The 5-minute board goes up, And in 5 minutes, we'll get this race underway and we'll find out which of the 8 is going to join the FIA Karting Hall of Fame to become European champion. It's been an amazing story. The European Championship at this level has been won by so many star names over the years. The likes of Ivan Muller, Mike Wilson, Alex Zanardi, Mark Goossens, Jarno Trulli, Jenson Button, Ronnie Quintarelli, and Max Verstappen, most recently in 2013, have all gone on to be household names in motorsport. But these guys are up against it. 8 drivers want this crown, and they'll give everything they've got to seal it. Pole position, Pedro Hiltbrand. He's been here several times before. He's won KZ2 titles. He's won OK titles. But this is his first chance of a KZ European Championship title. He's going to give it 120%. Nothing short of a victory will do for Pedro Hiltbrand today. And he is going to give it absolutely everything. But alongside him on the front row of the grid, Senna van Waalstein. The name is famous enough, but he's named after him for a reason. He's got the same tenacity, the same speed, the same determination. And if Senna van Waalstein can get the job done and the cards fall his way, who knows whether he can get the European Championship title. Juho Valtonen, ever present within the Tony Kart Factory team. He's fought for titles countless times before. He may not win one today, but he could certainly walk away with a win in the final. Third position on the grid for Juho Valtonen. Very strong and very impressive throughout as the mechanics make their way to the grid. Paolo Ippolito, pole position in the fight for the title. 36 points, more than anybody else. But he starts 4th place. It'll be tricky from there, but Paolo Ippolito is in the form of his life. And the Kart Republic superstar could give Dino Chiesa a very, very special European Championship title. There is Matteo Vigano, the nearly man of this sport so many times over. 2019, 2020, 2021, so many European titles have come and gone. This one could be the time, and this could be his moment. With so much bad luck resting on Matteo Vigano's shoulders, I'm sure there's many people in the stands here who would love to see that jinx broken. Simo Puhaka, who's having a really strong season in 2022, started the year as a title winner in the Winter Cup. But this is a fantastic opportunity for him to continue to make progress and get another win. So he's there on the 3rd row of the starting grid for the Tony Kart Factory team. The team leaving it to the last minute to take the dust sheets off their karts to keep them cool ahead of the final. There is Lorenzo Camplese, 7th on the starting grid. A great opportunity for him. He was so strong in 2021. This is a chance to go one better and take a win in the final. 2nd in last year's final bout, but he has so much more to come. The 2020 World Champion, Jeremy Iglesias. A fabulous opportunity for him now. Having switched to CRG, it took him about 18 months to get going, but boy is he going strong. And then to round out the top 10, we're going to have 2 of the best. Stan Pex, 9th position on the grid. Time to move out of the shadows of his older brother. And Stan Pex, for his own team, has a great shot at a podium here at Cremona. As the 1-minute board goes up, alongside him, on the 10th position of the grid, the reigning world champion, Noah Millell of Sweden. Fast in qualifying, fastest of all. But 10th on the grid means it'll be tough. But he eats tough for breakfast. The contenders are ready. 8 drivers fighting for the European Championship title. Ippolito, Denner, Vigano, Hiltbrand, Pex, Van Waalstein, Travasanuto, and Salenta. Any one of the 8 of them could do it. There are 25 points available for the win, and there are 22 points separating the 8 of them. So any one of those 8 could walk away as European champion. This has the same vibe and flavour as Sarno 2019, when all hell broke loose in the final. And at one point, there were 7 different drivers who could have claimed the title during the race itself. So let's see how it's going to play out at Cremona. The green flag flies. Let's do it. Time to crown a European KZ champion here at Cremona. And what a race this is going to be. It won't let up for a moment, I'm sure. Pedro Hilbrand on the front row with Senna van Waalstein, Juha Valtonen and Paolo Ippolito, Matteo Vigano and Simo Pohaka, Lorenzo Camplesi and Jeremy Iglesias from Stan Pex and Noah Milel, Francesco Salenta and Marijn Kremers from Tuka Tarpanen and Davide Fore, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Emilion Denner, Victor Gustafsson, Michele Fontana, Johan Sugel and Jorrit Pex, Alex Orlando, Mario Lubic, Adrien Renaudin and Riccardo Longhi, Joshua Fife, Luis Speck, Matteo Segre, Quentin Voria, Nicola Cogato, Luis Ponsalo and Valerio Giambattista at the back of the grid. And as far as the title fight is concerned, anything could happen. Race director Nigel Edwards ready to signal us for the start. And I've got goosebumps, people. I really have. 2019 was such an unbelievable title fight for the European crown at Sarno when Anthony Abbas and Matteo Vigano tangled into the first corner, and a lap later Alessandro Orlando clattered with Simo Pohaka. 4 championship contenders out in the space of 2 laps. Anything can happen in KZ, and it usually does. So now the drivers are making their way to the starting grid. They're going to go around one more time by the look of it. So it'll be 2 laps around the course as the command is given. 2 formation laps around the course. It just adds to the tension. Pedro Hilbrand has had an astonishing career in international karting. He's won almost, and I say almost quite carefully, everything there is to win in European karting. He's had a phenomenal charge forward over the years. He's had some exceptional performances. Spanish KZ2 champion in 2016 and 19. He won the OK title in Europe and the world in 2016. He's won countless Spanish titles back home. He won the International Super Cup back in the day as well, when he won that in 2016, the same year that he won the OK title. And he's the closest man ever to come close to winning 4 international FIA karting titles in one season. He's won 3 in one year. He's never won 4. But what an opportunity this is for Pedro Hilbrand. Can the Spaniard take his latest title? It would be his 4th FIA title, having won the World and European OK Championship in 2016 and the International Super Cup in the same year. He's waited 6 years for another title. Is this the day? Or is it going to go to the man alongside him on the grid, Senna van Waalstein? Another great opportunity for him to storm forward. He's 6th in the title fight at the moment on 19 points. But if things happen to Ippolito, to Denner, to Vigano and to Hilbrand, anything is possible for the Dutchman Senna van Waalstein. They say in KZ, never give up, never say die. You never know what's coming round the bend. Hilbrand in pole, Van Waalstein 2nd, Valtonen, Ippolito, Vigano, Pohaka. In 25 laps, we will crown a KZ European champion. Get ready, get a good seat, but I promise you're only going to need the edge of it. Hilbrand and Van Waalstein, Valtonen and Ippolito, Vigano and Pohaka. 8 title contenders in this one. It's time to race for the European Championship title in KZ 2022 at Cremona. Ready? Let's race to Cremona. Terrible start from Hilbrand. Van Waalstein and Ippolito have charged forward. Up on the inside, Hilbrand trying to hold it together, and he's run wide. He's on the curbs, and he's lost so many places. What a terrible start for Hilbrand. It was looking so good for the Spaniard. And now he's down to about 8th place. And Senna van Waalstein has a clear run at the front with Ippolito 2nd. He can win the championship from there. Down the straight they come, into the hairpin, and it looks like the 2 Tony Karts are battling. That's Pohaka in front of Valtonen, and then Vigano is in 5th place. Consistency, the name of the game once again, but Senna van Waalstein is disappearing out in front. He's already gone, and the Sony Kart driver looks like he could take his first win in the FIA Karting Championship in KZ. Ippolito 2nd from Pohaka, Valtonen, Vigano, Iglesias, Camplesi and Hilbrand. From Milel, Pex, Salento and Tarpanen. Denner is only 13th, Travasanuto only 15th, and it looks like it's a terrible uphill climb for some of the title contenders. But if it finishes like this, Paolo Ippolito is going to be European champion. 2 years after the agony of Lonato in the World Championships. That's ancient history now. There's Simo Puhakka behind Paolo Ippolito, the Kart Republic star, pushing on here. Matteo Vigano all over the back of Juho Valtonen, trying to work his way through the field. But Senna van Waalstein is looking good for the win, and that would give him second in the European Championship. He's got to hope for things to unravel behind him, but it's certainly looking pretty good at the moment for the Dutchman. But Paolo Ippolito, all he has to do is stay in the top three, as Vigano makes his dive on the inside of Valtonen, and Hilbrand takes on the Tony Karts of Milel and Caplese. Great work from Hilbrand, now he's 7th. So Hilbrand making a comeback. He's not done yet, folks. This race is still going to be close to the wire. Several contenders in the mix. Van Waalstein trying to close up the gap to Ippolito, but there's not a lot he can do but pull away and hope that things happen behind him. The only thing Van Waalstein can do is get into the lead and disappear. So he's got to hope that's how he wins the title. But it's out of his hands for everything else. Out of the first corner, Caplese battling away with Stan Pex, and that's a problem for the 77 of Mario Ljubik. So Ljubik having a problem out of the final turn, I think. And out in front, Van Waalstein leads Ippolito, Puhakka, Vigano, and Valtonen. Then it is Iglesias, Hilbrand, and the 31 of Noah Milel. Things tighten up in the title fight. Ippolito on 56, Van Waalstein on 44, Vigano on 43, Denner on 39, Hilbrand on 35, and Valtonen on 22. It realistically now looks like we're only going to have about 5 drivers in this title fight, as Travis Anuto is really dropping back now in terms of points, as is Salenta. So it looks like those two are out of it, so too Jorik Pex. So as they come round the final turn onto the 5th lap, Paolo Ippolito under pressure from Simo Puhakka. So Puhakka really starting to go for this, but Paolo Ippolito just wants to increase the gap to himself and Puhakka. He doesn't need to win the race here. All Ippolito needs to do is stay in 2nd place, and he will be European champion. With Hilbrand floundering at the start, it's just gone pear-shaped for him. He's got to fight his way back, but that's what Hilbrand is good at. Puhakka, 3rd position, in front of Vigano. Vigano trying his best. Looks like he could be 3rd in the championship fight if he stays where he is. If he can get past Puhakka, he'll be the vice champion of Europe. But Hilbrand struggling. Iglesias in front, Milel behind. He's got to try and make an impression somehow, but this is a long race, and Hilbrand is very good on his tyres. So we'll see what he can produce. This is not a race that's won in the first 5 laps, it's won in the last 5 laps. Here they come again. Van Waalstein on the back straight, Ippolito, then Puhakka, Vigano, Valtonen, Iglesias, Hilbrand, Milel, Caplese and Stan Pex. That's your top 10 at the moment. Plenty to do as Emilian Denner picks up a warning flag. The man who was dominant at Genk is looking at his European Championship title prospects and watching them disappear around his ears. Poor Denner, 11th place, but he's not going to score well enough. He's going to drop to 4th in the rankings the way things are currently going. So Van Waalstein leads the way. Ippolito 2nd, Puhakka 3rd, as we watch the number 5. That is the Birol art of Davide Fore, as we watch Valerio Giambattista having a bit of an issue down at the back of the field. So still the battles rage around the circuit. Oh, that's a wave through from Jeremy Iglesias. Iglesias waves Hilbrand by. So Hilbrand has got into 6th place, courtesy of Jeremy Iglesias waving him through. And it looks to me like Valerio Giambattista, I'm afraid, is going to get a rather rare flag. He's going to get the blue flag with the red cross, which means that unfortunately he's not quite fast enough to keep up with the rest of the field. But he's made his point, and great to see Valerio Giambattista give it the best shot with everybody else out there. He's got to get off the road fairly quickly because the leaders are coming through. He pulls right off the road and lets the leaders go by. So Giambattista is going to come into the pits at the end of this lap, but he's not going to cause any problems for anybody. Well done to Giambattista. Very sensible. Back straight. There is Giambattista just letting everybody go. He's made his point, but he's going to retire. Lets everybody go. And back to the pits he will come. So Van Waalstein, Ippolito, Puhakka, Vigano, Valtonen and Hilbrand. And then Jeremy Iglesias in front of Noah Milel, Lorenzo Camplese and Tuukka Tarpanen. There is Giambattista. Jumbo finishes off in style. Very good run indeed from him. But Van Waalstein, Ippolito and Puhaka, that's your podium at the moment. Vigano is 4th, 5th place for Valtonen, 6th for Pedro Hilbrand in front of Iglesias and Milel. 9th is Camplese, 10th now is Tuukka Tarpanen in front of Emilion Denner. So they both got past Stan Pex. Down the back straight once more. And that is a move from Davide Forde. Davide Forde trying to go wheel to wheel there with Michele Fontana. So Davide Forde, I think, has managed to get the move. He has indeed. So the legend still has it. Davide Forde moving forward in the Render Motorsport Birilla. As Michele Fontana in the Leclerc by Lennox car remains the leading wild card. Down the main straight once more. And Senna Van Waalstein in the Sodi car. He's looking to give the team their second win of the season, but sadly, it looks as though they won't get the title because it's going to go to Paolo Ippolito, the man who runs in second place. Just got to keep it together now, Paolo. No panic, no pressure. As Lorenzo Travasanuto pushing very hard behind Stan Pex, trying to get himself back into contention. As a run wide there from Gustafsson. Salenta gets through. I think Gustafsson may have a problem because he's being caught very rapidly indeed now by Kramers and Forde. And there's a battle further back. Whoa! That got very close for comfort and off the road, I'm afraid, goes the 81. And the 91, sorry, that is Quentin Vodia. So Quentin Vodia going off the road. He'll hopefully get it back together. But 10 laps done and 15 to go. So Senna Van Waalstein is controlling the pace. The Dutchman looking comfortable in front of Ippolito and Puhaka. From Matteo Vigano. And then it is Juha Valtonen ahead of Pedro Hilbrand. Hilbrand doing his best to catch up. He's on 36 points, but he needs a little bit more than he's got. And there is Quentin Vodia retiring. So the Swiss driver, I'm afraid, is out of this race. A real shame for Quentin Vodia. But it is game over for him. So Van Waalstein, a second ahead of Ippolito. 7/10 ahead of Puhaka. Then Vigano, Valtonen, Hilbrand, Iglesias, Milel, Camplese and Tarpanen. Denner can't make any more progress than that for the moment. Frustration for Sodi Kart. They're going to win both finals, but with two different drivers. Denner won in Genk. It looks like it's going to be Van Waalstein who wins in Cremona. As Quentin Vodia is watching from the sidelines. Quentin Vodia and Valerio Giambattista not finishing the race, but Paolo Ippolito in second place. Are we about to see him win the European Championship title? That would be quite extraordinary. And a fabulous display in the offing. Still good battles in the mid-pack as well. As Paolo Ippolito continues on his way in front of Simo Puhaka and Matteo Vigano from Juha Valtonen and Pedro Hilbrand. So Pedro Hilbrand is doing his best to move further forward, but he's struggling to keep up with Juha Valtonen, who is giving Matteo Vigano a real run for his money here on the back straight. The battles continue. Iglesias under pressure from Milel. And then Camplese being hunted down by Tarpanen and Denner. Pex, Travasanuto, Salenta, and then Gustafsson. So it looks like all 8 of the championship contenders are going to score championship points at least. But I'm afraid only one of them is going to be victorious in the title fight, and that looks to be the man in second place, Paolo Ippolito. What an amazing moment it would be for him. I spoke to him last year when he was really starting to ride the crest of the wave after the ignominy of Lonato. I said, this is better after last year, isn't it? He said, we don't even talk about that anymore. And in 2022, Paolo Ippolito is on course, past the halfway mark, to become European champion. If he can just hold it together. Van Waalstein increases his lead with a new fastest lap, 46.15 for him. And still the challenge rages on as the battle continues in earnest. Pedro Hilbrand really trying to go for it now on Juha Valtonen. Wants to get through and score 11 points rather than 10. If he can make his move forward, he can get there. But Van Waalstein continues to lead comfortably. Ippolito second, Puhaka third. From Vigano, Valtonen, Hilbrand, Iglesias, Milel, Camplese and Tarpanen in the top 10. From Emilion Denner and Stan Pex, Travasanuto, Salenta and Gustafsson. Vigano doing everything he can. There have been some amazing Italian champions in the Premier category at this level before. Wonderful to see just how incredible it has been over the years. But obviously there are some extraordinary talents that have come through in this category over the years. Since KZ1 came in, Manetti, Tonon, Lammers, De Conto, Pex, Verstappen, Driesen, Camponesce, Ardigo, Kremers and Longhi. And now it could be Ippolito. 10 laps to go. And the Kart Republic team are not wanting to get too excited just yet. They've only won a single European title in KZ before. That was with Jorit Pex 3 years ago in 2019 at Sarno. But this time, their man, Paolo Ippolito, could get the job done. This man should be given a lot of credit for what he's done this year. Senna van Waalstein, he was always a big star in KZ2, almost champion. But this year, he stepped into the Sodi Kart factory team, given the promotion. And I tell you what, they are delighted with him. He really has. Oh, that's Pex and Denner. Emilian Denner is out of the European Championship. Brilliant in Genk. Disastrous for Emilian Denner. And Emilian Denner is out of the European Championship along with Stan Pex. He will not be champion. Bitter disappointment for Emilian Denner. So close. And now there's a big hunt further up as Longhi gets on the inside of his teammate Marin Kremers. So Longhi gets past Kremers in the midfield. There they are in the background, coming towards us, Longhi and Kremers. So problems, I'm afraid, as Emilian Denner crashes out of the European Championship final with Stan Pex. Such a great job in Genk. It all comes to nothing here at Cremona. Bitter, bitter disappointment. But his teammate is still looking good after 17 laps, 8 more remaining. And you've got to say this is going to be a magic, magic victory for Senna van Waalstein, but a wonderful championship title for Paolo Ippolito if it continues like this. Hiltbrand has dropped Iglesias and Milel completely, and now he's hunting down. Look at the conversation between Pex and Milel. It seems as though they're not going to see eye to eye in this moment. Maybe a little bit later after a couple of bottles of water each, when they've had a chance to cool down. There is the battle as Johan Sogel tries to get himself into the points past Marin Kremers. Iglesias still trying to shake off Noah Milel in the final turn. And coming towards us, Vigano, Valtonen, Hiltbrand, 4th, 5th, 6th. Vigano trying to make progress. It's almost impossible at the moment. You come even slightly offline and you are going to get sideways. So Hiltbrand doing everything he can to try and get one over on the man in front, Juho Valtonen. There's Iglesias and Milel, 7th and 8th, 2 world champions in the previous 2 years, 20 and 21. Tarpanen, who is the 21 OK champion. So this is a fascinating battle between these three. Hasn't really changed a beat, but then they've been trading sector times all the way through. That's Simo Puhaka! Puhaka out of 3rd! Simo Puhaka! He was in 3rd position, and now he's out of it. Now that will change things quite dramatically because Vigano is now up to 3rd, and that's going to put him 2nd in the European Championship fight. Well, Simo Puhaka, whatever it was that took him out of the race, he was on his own, so I can assume that something's failed on the kart, or he's made a mistake, one of the two. Disastrous for Simo Puhaka. A podium is gone, but for Matteo Vigano, he is now going to inherit 2nd place, and he's now going to be just 10 points off Paolo Ippolito. Simo Puhaka walking away enraged. So now Matteo Vigano is in 3rd position. This fight is now for the podium. Van Waalstein, Ippolito, and Vigano. If it stays like this, the 3 men on the podium are going to be the top 3 men in the championship. Not necessarily in that order, admittedly, but it'll be Ippolito champion, Vigano 2nd, and Van Waalstein 3rd. Although in the race, it'll be Van Waalstein who wins ahead of Ippolito and Vigano. What a conclusion. 5 laps to go, but it's not done yet. Vigano is under pressure from Valtonen, who wants the podium. So too does Hiltbrand. This is not over yet. 4.5 laps still remain, and this is up to Vigano to keep these 2 men at bay. A very tough race all the way to the finish line for Vigano. Valtonen and Hilbrand are not going to concede defeat easily. Valtonen trying to get a good run off the turn. Vigano knows he's there. Hilbrand is charging in behind as well. Through 1 and 2. And can Vigano hang on? Hilbrand getting aggressive behind Valtonen. No contact, but certainly swarming around all over the place. Hilbrand, his hand is in the air. I can't do anything. I can't get him. Frustration for the Spanish driver as Tuka Tarpanen sets the fastest lap of the race. Having now got past Camplese and stretching away. Tarpanen in 8th. A very solid effort in this final of the KZ European Championship. But Paolo Ippolito running in 2nd, doesn't need to worry at all. 3 laps to go for Van Walstein. He's 3.4 ahead of Ippolito. We're about to get 2 very happy men on the podium. One will be frustrated, but at least he'll bow out on the podium. And he can be very happy with the way he's bounced back in this final. Matteo Vigano, 3rd position. And now Valtonen is losing traction. And he's falling into the clutches of Pedro Hilbrand. Who knows how well Pedro Hilbrand could have gone if he'd have nailed the start. But certainly the start is so critical in gearbox racing. You've got to make sure you get it right, otherwise your whole race can be compromised. And certainly on this occasion, Senna Van Walstein mastered the start as Pedro Hilbrand is all over the back of Valtonen. Desperate to get through, to get into 4th position if he can. 2 to go. Vigano's pulled clear. Hilbrand swarming around the back of Valtonen. Valtonen is not making this easy at all for Hilbrand. Ducks and weaves, tries to get his way past, and still no opportunity arises. As Iglesias and Milel have closed up on them both now. So if they don't get something sorted, they will. Back straight. A phenomenal performance all the way through this race. And what an incredible record of astonishing achievement. There have been some astonishing European champions at this level over the years from Italy. From Gianfranco Baroni to Giancarlo Vanaria, Alessandro Piccini, Alex Zanardi, Federico Gemmo, Max Orsini, Gianluca Beggio, Davide Fore, Giuseppe Palmieri, Francesco Ladauto, Sauro Sassetti, Alessandro Manetti, Roberto Toninelli, Paolo Di Conto, Flavio Campaneschi and Marco Arrigo. And it looks to me as though Paolo Ippolito is going to follow Riccardo Longhi into the Hall of Fame of Italian drivers to become KZ European Champion. Here he is in 2nd. He will be so jubilant. Senna Van Walstein, though, throws himself into the ring to become world champion at Le Mans in September with a heroic drive. It is a great day. Senna Van Walstein wins at Cremona, and behind him, Paolo Ippolito is European champion. Vincitore! Ippolito is the champion of Europe. What a result for Paolo Ippolito. An absolutely fantastic display. Finally, after all the hardship, after all the hard work, after all the disappointments in the years gone by, Paolo Ippolito is European champion 2022. Absolutely fantastic. Sodikart will take both victories over the finals in 2022, but nobody can take away from Paolo Ippolito what he's done. An amazing result for a very, very likable young man. Excellent work from Paolo Ippolito. A little bit of pickup, as they always do, but Paolo Ippolito, European champion. What a sensation. Senna Van Walstein takes the win, but Ippolito is European champion. Matteo Vigano is 3rd from Juho Valtonen and Pedro Hilbrand. Jeremy Iglesias, Noah Milel, Tuka Tarpanen, Lorenzo Camplese and Lorenzo Travazanuto. Francesca Salenta from Victor Gustafsson, Davide Fore, Riccardo Longhi and Moraine Kramers. Michele Fontana and Johan Sogel. Adrien Renaudin is in 18th place in the end, ahead of Jorid Pex and Alex Erlando. Mario Lubick comes home in 21st from Louis Speck and Joshua Fife. Nicola Cagato, Matteo Segre, Luis Bonsaldo, there's the last man home. Retirements from Simo Pohacca, Emilian Denner, Stan Pex, Quentin Voria, and Valerio Giambattista. And finally, the moment of triumph and glory for Paolo Ippolito. Absolutely terrific. He finally realizes and achieves his ambition. With so many incredible drivers in the field, to come through and be European champion, it is extraordinary. It's like having 14 Formula One world champions on the starting grid when you race in KZ. And to win a title against them is a very special thing. And Paolo Ippolito takes his place, rightfully takes his place, in the FIA Karting Hall of Fame. What a performance from Paolo Ippolito. And Kart Republic, despite only winning one heat all weekend in the KZ2 category, have something to celebrate this weekend as their boy comes through to be European champion. Matteo Vigano will be second in the rankings, the vice champion. And Senna van Waalstein, the winner today, will be third in the points ranks. Fourth place for Pedro Hilbrand on 37. Denner will be 36. Valtonen on 24. Jorrit Pex on 20, alongside Lorenzo Travasanuto. Salenta will have 19. Jeremy Iglesias will have 18. What an extraordinary end to the European Championships for KZ and KZ2. There is one more race to come today, and that is the second of 3 finals this year for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. So we're not quite done yet here at Cremona. But as one chapter closes, another will continue in the Academy Trophy. Paolo Ippolito comes to the weighbridge. Please let it be the right number. And it is. And Paolo Ippolito can celebrate in style. What a performance this season from Paolo Ippolito. He just came into 2022 looking like a completely different man. Recharged, rebooted, redemption has come his way. Paolo Ippolito, champion of Europe, and 2 right. Excellent, excellent work from Paolo Ippolito and the whole Kart Republic Motorsport team. That's a fairy tale finish to the KZ European Championship fight. Of all the drivers in the title fight, a lot of people might not have regarded Paolo Ippolito as one of the cream and one of the elite, but he proved us all very much in doubt today. Paolo Ippolito, a very deserving European champion. But it will be Senna van Waalstein who takes to the top step of the podium, and it'll be the national anthem for the Netherlands that rings out here at Cremona. But Ippolito won't care. He won't mind at all, because he comes through to be the 2022 European champion. Matteo Vigano, I'm sure, will be gracious in defeat, as he always is. But he'll be hoping that by the time we get to Le Mans, it'll finally be his turn to taste the spoils. But just like Riccardo Longhi last year, another Italian comes through to win the European title in KZ. And Paolo Ippolito joins an illustrious list of Italian megastars in this sport. Joining Gianfranco Baroni, Giancarlo Vanaria, Alessandro Piccini, Alex Zanardi, Federico Gemmo, Max Orsini, Gianluca Beggio, Alessandro Picci, Gianluca Beggio, Davide Fore, Giuseppe Palmieri, Francesco Laurauto, Saro Sossetti, Roberto Toninelli, Alessandro Manetti, Paolo De Conto, Flavio Campanesci, Marco Ardigo, and Riccardo Longhi as Italians to become European champion in KZ. And for Paolo Ippolito, this is one hell of a result. Kart Republic take their first title of 2022. It might not be their last, because in 3 weeks' time, of course, we head to Franciacorta for the OK and OK Junior European Championship final. And that's going to be absolutely sensational in both categories. They're going to be taking on the might of the Tony Kart Factory team drivers. So it's going to be a really exciting challenge for them in Franciacorta 3 weeks from now. There is still one race to go, as I mentioned, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But now it's time to welcome the heroes from Cremona. Kart Republic victorious for the first time since 2019 in the European Championship, their second KZ European title. They may not have won the final, but they definitely won the war. Excellent stuff. And as Kart Republic can celebrate, so too can Sony Kart. So, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that you've all been waiting for, the podium ceremony here at the FIA Karting European Championship at KZ on the Cremona circuit, and three very deserving drivers will come forward to celebrate on the rostrum. In third position for Italy, Matteo Vigano! A great end to the season for Matteo. He is the vice champion of Europe in 2022. In second position for Italy, Paolo Ippolito! And with second position for the second weekend in a row, he becomes the European champion of 2022. But the man on the top step for the Netherlands, Senna van Walstein! A great performance from Senna, and he finally reaches the top step of the podium in FIA Karting after so much hard work. Please welcome the winning team manager for the Sodi Kart Racing team, Matzel Smith. And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for the Netherlands. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. A fabulous, fabulous way to end the European Championship season. We will now ask our dignitaries to come forward and present the trophy, starting with Ennio Gandolfi, once again, the team manager of Cremona Karting and the circuit manager here. He will present the trophy to our driver in third position for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team and for Italy, Matteo Vigano. And we will ask Mr. Gandolfi once again to present the trophy to the driver in second position for Kart Republic Motorsport and for Italy, Paolo Ippolito! And we will now ask the administrator of Cremona Circuit, Mr. Alessandro Cannavaro, to come forward, and he will present the trophy to our winning driver here at Cremona for the Sodi Kart Racing team and for the Netherlands, Senna van Walstein. And we will also ask Mr. Cannavaro to give the trophy to our winning team manager after an exceptional weekend, and for the second time this year for Sodi Kart Racing, Matzel Smith. A fabulous display from our competitors in KZ in the European Championship final here at Cremona on the Andrea Bergamonte circuit. Fabulous performance. We will ask the drivers to collect their flowers from Monsieur Renaud Didier of the FIA. And what a fantastic finish to the season in the European Championship. The three drivers in the top of the championship are all here on the podium, not necessarily in the right order, but they're there nonetheless. Matteo Vigano, Paolo Ippolito, and your race winner, Senna van Walstein. A very happy podium from the three men that made 2022 so special. Let's get all three drivers together on the top step of the podium, if they can fit. You'll have to get close to each other, a lot closer than you got on circuit, boys. Fabulous stuff. Really great racing from the 2022 Championship in Europe. And of course, they'll get to do it all again in September when we fight for the World Championship at Le Mans. So a fabulous performance from our three drivers. Great performance. Well, things have gone a little bit pear-shaped on the podium from the champagne. I think you might have to give that to one of them, Renaud. It's very hot here. One of the bottles has already been corked, so might be time for our dignitaries to get out of the way, because it's time for our three drivers to celebrate in fine style. It's been an absolutely extraordinary battle in Cremona, but now it's time to get busy with a fizzy! Paolo Ippolito can finally celebrate joining the Hall of Fame of the FIA Karting paddock. He is the European champion, but surely Matteo Vigano and Senna van Waalstein will not be far behind them. A fantastic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Matteo Vigano, for Paolo Ippolito, and your new race winner, Senna van Waalstein. So as Paolo Ippolito celebrates his European Championship title, and a very deserving champion he is, a great performance from them. The Academy Trophy final will be up next. So the drivers for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Final are making their way out onto the starting grid. And for once, they are the finale of a fairy tale weekend. It really has been a sensational conclusion to the KZ and KZ2 title fights of Europe. But the chapter isn't over yet in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. If anything, it's just getting started. It's been a really exciting battle leading up to this one. And there are some ultra competitive youngsters here who want to make a very special display of it as they run for supremacy. But it's been a really exciting run over the course of the last few competitions. Some great drivers have come through in this contest over the years. The previous champions, Nicolas Tihonen, Charles Leclerc, Younes Lapalainen, Maxime Potti, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Xavier Hansheim, Mari Boya, Kaja Sixnelis, Conor Zilic and Maciej Gladish over the years have triumphed in fantastic style in the Karting Academy Trophy. Here, it is time for the next chapter of the title fight of 2022 to be written. There will be no champion today, but there will definitely be an exciting battle to conclude a brilliant and thrilling weekend. It'll be Colombia and Luxembourg on the front row of the starting grid, Matías Orjuela and Guillaume Bouzard. And as you can see, every single kart in the Academy Trophy is identical. Expert chassis, Vortex engines, LeConte tyres, and the Panther Racing fuel. It's going to be a fabulous, fabulous weekend to conclude here for all of the drivers. And it's been a sensational battle right from the start of the weekend, with all sorts of drivers taking the plaudits. Double victories for Matías Orjuela and Thibaut Ramakas yesterday. The hat-trick concluded by the Colombian earlier this morning. And then a third victory, a third victor, I should say, in the young man from Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard, who now lines up on the front row of the starting grid. All of the drivers who have come from far and wide, 36 of them remain of the 50 that started this weekend. They have come from North and South America, from all over Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australasia. Great to see them all in fantastic fashion out here on the starting grid. 10 minutes to go to the start of the Karting Academy Trophy Final. The second of the year, the third and final one will be in September at Le Mans. Once again, here come Ennio Gandolfi and Alessandro Cannavaro, who will come forward to give the competitors' medals to the drivers who have made it through to the final here at Cremona. They will go from the back of the grid to the front, giving each of the drivers the credit they deserve to get through for a very competitive race ahead of them. 21 laps of the circuit to come, the longest race of the weekend, and the title fight really starting to kick on apace. No champions crowned today in the Academy Trophy, because that won't happen till France in September on the fantastic Circuit International Alain Prost at Le Mans. But we are going to have a brilliant display from the competitors in this race. So the 36 drivers will receive their competitors' medals from Ennio Gandolfi and Alessandro Cannavaro, the track manager and chief administrator of the Cremona circuit. And they will present the medals to the competitors on the starting grid. Kian Gauchi will be on the back row of the grid with Chiara Batig, the two drivers representing their nations, Malta and Switzerland. For Jordan, Hamza Al-Fayez on the right. For Switzerland, Tiziano Kuznini on the left. Moving further forward, for Bulgaria on the right-hand side, it is Alexander Deshkov. And alongside him on the grid, for New Zealand, in his first final, Lochiel McGregor. Moving their way further forward, on one side, the Dutchman, Mies Huben, and on the other side comes the very talented Indonesian, Aditya Wibowo. On the next row of the grid, Elina Rolfsson of Norway on the right side of your screen. And on the left side, the 534, Arthur Dorisson, the man who won at Genk. Shows you how competitive it is in this Academy Trophy. Next up, Megumi Suzuki of Japan and Markus Silkunas of Lithuania. Moving forward, on the next row of the grid, for Bahrain, it is Luca Horton. And for Turkey, it is Bati Yildirim. The competitors continue up the order. For Sweden on one side, it is Oliver Kinmark. And on the other side, for Mexico, it is Sol de Colombres. Next up, for Denmark, it is Christian Jorgensen. And on the other side of the grid, for Austria, Nando Weichselbaumer. Next up, from Armenia, it is Daniel Delakian on the right. And on the left, alongside him on the grid, for Spain, Adrian Ferra. Two drivers that know each other very well. On one side of the grid then, it is Riccardo Cirelli for Italy on home soil. And beside him for the Philippines, William Go. Next up, the challengers from Chile on one side, Augustin Sepulveda. And for Australia on the other side, Harry Arnett. Creeping further towards the top 10. On one side, for Finland, it is Joel Pajola. And on the other side, for South Africa, it is Nicolas Roos. On the next row of the starting grid, for Malaysia on the outside, Timofey Mikolov. For the United States of America on the inside, Caleb Gafrara. Then we get to the business end of the grid. On the outside for Romania, it is Dinu Storescu. On the inside for Estonia, Mark Dubnitsky. Then we come to the top 6. Argentina, Santino Panetta, and Belgium, Thibaut Ramakers. On the second row of the starting grid on the outside, for Slovenia, it is Alexander Bogunovic. And for Poland on the inside, it is Ivo Besterda. And finally, lining up on the front row of the starting grid, for Luxembourg, it is Guillaume Bouzard. And on pole position, for Colombia, Matthias Oruela. The 5-minute board goes up, and we are ready to give the Academy Trophy drivers their moment in the sunshine. What a spectacular battle it has been. And here in Cremona, we have had a sensational race weekend. The gallery is filling up with mechanics and family members alike as the Academy Trophy here at Cremona have put on a fantastic show. And what an event it has been here on the circuit. Absolutely tremendous racing that we have had over the course of this weekend. So we are now going to get ourselves into the best part of the weekend now, the final on the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte, named after the Italian Grand Prix motorcycle road racer who was third in the 500cc World Championship behind Giacomo Agostini and Ginger Malloy, before sadly perishing on the streets of Riccione a year later. But he was Cremona born and bred. There is your man on pole position, Matthias Oruela for Colombia. Flawless all weekend, fastest in qualifying, 3 heat victories. Can anybody beat him here in Cremona? Certainly looking unlikely the way things are currently stacked up against them, as he has been absolutely flawless right from the start of the weekend. For Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard. He's barely been off the podium in 2022, both in the Junior European Championship and in the Karting Academy Trophy. The young man from Luxembourg is ready to go to battle. And he's going to be there on the front row of the starting grid alongside Matthias Oruela. Next up, the best performance of the season so far for Poland's Ivo Besterda. What a perfection performance he's had so far this weekend. Plenty of great races, never out of the top 3. Now he's third on the grid for the final. Another great race in the offing for the young man from Poland, following in the footsteps of last year's title winner, Maciej Gladish. Here's Alexander Bogunovic, the very talented Slovenian, with the black and gold helmet, getting himself ready for an exciting challenge. Can he get back onto the rostrum? Definitely going to be a tough challenge for him, and a great charge forward. Lots of great competition to come in these 21 laps, I'm sure. On the third row of the grid, it is the superstar Belgian, Thibaut Ramakers, fast in Genk, fast in Cremona. An unfortunate incident in the last heat dropped him to 15th, but he starts 5th with every chance of getting back to the top step of the podium. So Thibaut Ramakers with a great opportunity, and he's not going to concede defeat very easily here. What a performance from this young man from Argentina, Santino Panetta. Great to see him on the third row. He really has been exceptional this weekend. What can he do from the outside of row 3? Very smooth operator behind the wheel, Santino Panetta. As the drivers get themselves into their last positions on the grid. There is the man in 7th place on the starting grid, Mark Dubnitsky for Estonia, looking to charge his way forward from the 4th row. And he lines up, as I said, on the inside of the 4th row, alongside the talented Romanian Dinu Struescu. Very quick in qualifying. Now he's got the chance to put it where it counts in the final of the Academy Trophy. And now we come to the 5th row of the starting grid, rounding out the top 10 in fine style. For the United States, Caleb Gafrara. Great to see him back in the top 10 once again. Can he put the United States flag on the rostrum? The 1-minute board goes up at the front of the starting grid. So it's nearly time to get going. This man has a good chance. For Malaysia, Timofey Mikolov. He's been very strong and very competitive thus far. What can he do here at Cremona? As you can see, the time ticking down to 13:30, which is when we are going to get started in just a few seconds' time. The final chapter of this terrific weekend at Cremona Circuit. And what an extraordinary battle it has been to get us up to this point. The Academy final, 21 laps of this circuit, 1.21 kilometers. And in the shadow of the motorcycle circuit, this entire venue, named after the great Angelo Bergamonte. The drivers are now ready in position. The yellow light comes on at the edge of the starting line. Time to get them underway very shortly indeed. Matías Orjuela of Colombia, pole position. Second for Guillaume Bouzard. The Academy final is about to get underway. On the formation lap we go. And it's the longest, busiest race of the weekend. 36 drivers battle for the trophy. Matías Orjuela, Guillaume Bouzard, Ivo Besterda and Alexander Bogunovic. Then Tibor Ramakas and Santino Panetta, Mark Dubnitsky and Dino Struescu. From Caleb Gafrara and Timofey Mikolov, Nicolas Rus and Joel Pajola, Harry Arnett, Augustin Sepulveda, William Go and Riccardo Cilelli. Then Adrian Ferra and Daniel Dalakian, Nanda Weisselbaumer and Christian Jorgensen. Sol de Colombres and Oliver Kinmark from Batti Yildirim and Luca Horton. Then it is Marcus Selkunas in front of Megabo Suzuki, Arthur Dorisson and Elina Rolfsen, Adi Wibowo and Miss Huben, Lochiel McGregor, Alex Deshkov, Tiziano Kuznini, Hamza Al-Fayez, and on the back row, it's Kiara Batig and Kian Gauchi. Around they go then on the formation laps. 2 laps around the circuit they will go, and then it will be a rolling start. And then race director Pasquale Lupoli will get them under starters' orders. 21 laps of the course, and the chapters continue to be written in the Academy Trophy. The drivers all questing to share the same glory as has been shared by so many people over the past. Just looking back over the history of this illustrious event, so many amazing competitors have been in the top 3 over the years. The likes of Charles Leclerc, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Mari Boya, Maceo Capieto, Kaz Avacourt, Rhinus VK, Ben Barnicoat. They've all been part of some incredible championships over the years since they moved out of karting. And of course, the vice champion in the first year, 2010, the late, great Antoine Hubert, who we all love and miss very dearly. So Matías Orjuela bringing the field round to the start. It's quite late, actually, so I've got a feeling that this could be a false start. So the carts are coming onto the starting grid, but I think we're going to go for a false start here because not everybody is in position, and it is indeed a false start. That was quite clear from quite a long time ago, as there are at least 8 or 9 drivers that have not yet caught up to the back of the field. I was just a little bit too eager on that occasion. But so many exceptional drivers have been able to come through over the course of the years. Up to this point, not a single driver from Colombia has ever been in the top 3 of the title standings for the Karting Academy Trophy. And there is a nice little bit of friendly rivalry between the various ASNs around the world who want their driver to come through and win the title in the Karting Academy Trophy. But they all select their own drivers. It's up to the various governing bodies around the world who get to represent their country. So obviously they want to put on a good show. But Matías Orjuela, the Colombian, pole position from Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg. And then Bešterda, Bogunovic, Ramakas, Panetta, Dubnitsky, Stroescu, Gafrara, Mikhailov, Rus and Pajola. Now they're going to come through. Is this going to be a better start? A lot of nerves here for Matthias Orjuela. Are we racing? No, we're not. Another false start. As Matthias Orjuela essentially leads them around twice. And then there is no start. So he just needs to back the field up a lot earlier than he currently is. So Matthias Orjuela obviously very nervous on pole position. He's never been here before. And you can see the officials desperately trying to get the field slowed down, because obviously the onus is on the man in pole position to do that. Matthias Orjuela clearly very nervous in pole position. Wants the field to close up. The gallery full of mechanics. These are the men and women that help these drivers out in difficult times. And obviously they only get one mechanic each. So that is their trusted advisor to help them get the best out of themselves over the course of a weekend. Off-track, Formula Medicine has been helping them out through the course of the weekend to turn them into athletes rather than just have-a-go racers. But now all of the hard work comes down to this culmination, this 21 laps of an Academy final. Matthias Orjuela, Guillaume Bouzard. He's going to need to slow them down a little bit more. Ivo Bešterda and Alex Bogunovic, then Tibor Ramakas, Santino Panetta, Mark Dubnitsky, Dino Storescu. Rest of the field coming round. Is this going to be the start that we've been waiting for? I think we might get it underway this time. Here we go. Great start from Matthias Orjuela. Bešterda's going to get a good one as well. He gets into the first corner. Bouzard has lost about 4 places, so he goes down into about 5th position. But he's already on the warpath to try and come back. And there's problems further back. That's Mikhailov. Mikhailov has tangled in with another driver. So Timofey Mikhailov right down to the back of the field, and I can't see who it is that's trying to recover their carts. I think that is a slow starting Bogunovic, but it's Mikhailov and Cirelli, the home favourite. Riccardo Cirelli is running away from his cart, and there's another problem. Now is that's 551, that's Kian Gauchi. So Kian Gauchi, I'm afraid, in trouble as well. Oh no, sorry, that's Lockyer McGregor. That is the Kiwi Lockyer McGregor. Riccardo Cirelli is walking away. Oh, and a run wide there. The battle really raging as Lockyer McGregor tries to get started again, but I'm afraid it's not going to work. All kinds of shuffling on the first lap. As Bogunovic has lost a lot of ground, so too has Dubnitsky. But it's Matthias Orjuela who leads from Bešterda, Ramakas, Bouzard and Storescu. So arguably the best 4 races of the weekend are now in the top 4 places. Storescu, Panetta, Gafrara, Bogunovic, Dubnitsky and Rus are giving chase. A bit of a hurry up there from Rus as on the inside comes Dubnitsky. So Dubnitsky manages to hold off Nicolas Rus's charge for a little bit longer. It's a little bit of a shuffle from Daniel Dalakian, the Armenian. And the last man to be given the approval to come through. Whoops. A couple of problems in the back as Timofey Mikhailov drifts off the road. So Timofey Mikhailov has drifted off the road for the 2nd time in as many laps. And Orjuela is in the lead from Bešterda, Ramakas, Bouzard, Storescu, Panetta and Gafrara. And if it stays like this, then Matthias Orjuela is going to move into 2nd in the point standings behind Guillaume Bouzard, who is going to be on 47. Bit of a run wide from Tibor Ramakas, as now he's going to be under pressure from Guillaume Bouzard. Bouzard is going to be hunting him down the back straight. And Guillaume Bouzard is going to try his best to move up into 3rd place. A very tricky situation now. He's got pressure from behind as well from Storescu and Panetta. Gafrara, Bogunovic, Dubnitsky, Feller, Rus and William Go. So a lot of good battles still on the rise. That is a bit of a tussle further back down the field. As we've got drivers all the way through this squabble of drivers having a battle. It's not just 1 or 2. That is Mies Huben battling away with Tiziano Gugnini, we were just watching there. But Matthias Orjuela, look at him go. The Colombian just monstering out in front and getting himself into the title fight here with an exceptional display out on the circuit. So great work from him so far. The battles continue all around the circuit. Great racing, great driving, and great battles. Caleb Gafrara gets the fastest lap under his belt. 7th position for him at the moment. The young man from the United States of America. But Matthias Orjuela, 1.3 seconds ahead of Ivo Bešterda of Poland. Oh, a bit of a run wide there. And there's a problem, potentially, for the 553 of Luca Horton. I wonder if the young man from Bahrain is really struggling for pace, or if he's got another problem developing, because certainly Horton is dropping back rather rapidly. And that's a very unfortunate case of affairs for him. Battles all the way through this field. It's not just at the front, it's in the middle of the field as well. Some great races going on, but I'm afraid that Luca Horton is having a mechanical problem of some kind, as the young man from Bahrain is dropping down the order, and I think he's going to retire from the race. A real shame for Luca Horton. But Guillaume Bouzard now sets the fastest lap in his bid to close up on Tibor Ramakers. So out in front, it is Orjuela, second Besterda, third Ramakers, fourth is Bouzard, then Storescu, Panetta, Kefrara, Bogunovic, Dubnitsky and Go. Then Roos, Fedder, Pajola, Dalakian and Harry Arnett of Australia. So some big challenges from the competitors as they continue to move forward. Such a tough race here at Cremona. Some good challenges as Ramakers tries to get in on the inside for second, and it's not worked, and that's enough for Bouzard. Bouzard gets through. So Guillaume Bouzard manages to get through into third place. Ramakers tried to go for Besterda, it didn't work, he lost ground, and that's enough for Bouzard to get into third place. That's great news for the Luxembourger. That's going to be 4 more points, I believe. 3 more points, sorry, I should say, in the title fight. That's going to take him up to 50, and that's a retirement from Luca Horton, as we assumed it was going to be. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite even make it back to the pit lane. Bitter disappointment for Luca Horton. 5:27. That's Aditya Wibbewa we were watching, trying to get on terms with Megamo Suzuki and Miss Huben. But still, a great run from Matias Orjuela, the Colombian, who leads the way. And there is a mechanical flag going out for the 5:47. So a technical flag going out. That is for Timofey Mikhailov. So I'm afraid Timofey Mikhailov in dire straits and having a real problem throughout this race. He's been off the road a couple of times, I'm afraid. And now he's got damage to the car. Not entirely sure what it is that he's got. I'm going to try and look at it as he comes past my position to see if it's anything particularly obvious. I think it might be a chain guard that's come off. Couldn't quite see from a distance what it was, but certainly Timofey Mikhailov peels into the pits and retires. So Matias Orjuela down the main straight. There is Timofey Mikhailov coming in. Couldn't quite see what it was, unfortunately. That was a problem with the kart there. But certainly his race is over. Matias Orjuela, the Colombian, is in the lead. This is the battle further back. This is Panetta versus Storescu for 5th and 6th positions. So Panetta, Storescu, Kefrara, Bogunovic, Dubnitsky and William Go. Great battles down the back straight. Still the pressure continues to mount as Bogunovic is trying his best to get back on terms with Kefrara, but he just really has struggled to make an impression in this race. So Kefrara still out in front of him. Oh, big slide from Bogunovic, but he certainly seems to have found a little bit of gusto to get himself a little further up. But now with 8 laps completed, Matias Orjuela of Colombia looking so solid and smooth out front from Besterda and Bouzard. Some great performances thus far in the Academy Trophy. Some really incredible performances as the battle continues through the field. Look at this tussle. That's a long train of karts led by Dorisson, then Yildirim, Suzuki, Wibbewo and Huben. Along there with Kinmark, Alfayez, Kuznini and Rolfsen. Well, Rolfsen is currently battling away with Chiara Batig, and then Deshkov is having a duel with Ken Gauci. But then everybody else is keeping themselves to themselves. Alexander Bogunovic trying to close up on these 3. 5:12 in the mix there. That is the hard-charging Nicolas Roos of South Africa, as he tries to move his way back into the top 10. He's in 11th now behind Dubnitsky and Go. 9 laps completed, 12 to go. The Academy Trophy, a very prestigious competition. So many great racing drivers have come through this since its inception in 2010. The new generation of motorsport superstars. IndyCar sensation Rinus van Kamthut, or Rinus VK to those who are lesser educated, to Charles Leclerc and to various others. Up on the inside, that's Bogunovic. He gets his moves side by side there in the battle with Caleb Kefrara as we have a retirement on the main straight. Now that is Kian Gauci, I do believe. So yes, Kian Gauci has had a problem, as has Alexander Deshkov, and the kart is stranded on the main straight. Well, that is a scary moment. Dino Storescu has got a mechanical flag, but Starescu is leaving his kart where it is. He's had a problem in the final couple of bends. So drivers are trying to avoid the stranded kart on the straight. Kian Gauchi spinning on the final couple of bends. And that's a scary moment, but the drivers are doing exactly what they should do, which is to get out of the way. Great work from the marshals to get that kart off the racing line. They've got to do it very quickly because Matheus Orjuela is coming around again, but well done to the officials and the marshals for getting that kart out of the way without further incident. So the battles continue around the course, but fortunately, although that looked scarier than it was, it's less than it is. And there is the move on the inside from the 509 in the middle of the field. Great battle going on. So a great tussle in the mid-pack. It was at the 507, in fact, actually getting through. Caleb Gufrara battling away for position. So Caleb Gufrara battling away with Alexander Bogunovic. There's some great tussles all the way through the field, right the way down to the lower end. It was Mies Huben getting past Aditya Wibawu actually on that last lap. So Matheus Orjuela still comfortable in the lead. Ivo Besteirda having a solid run in second place. Great try from the pole. Very much in the same sort of guise as Maciek Gladys, who was the FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner last year, of course. And then Guillaume Bouzard, who is in third place and looking good to take the lead of the Academy Trophy. 7 points clear of Matheus Orjuela if he finishes like this. Oh, we've had a spinner. We've had a spinner in the third sector. Somebody facing the wrong way and clearly out of it. So we need to try and figure out who that is, but we've had a spin. It's the 534 that is up to Dorisson. From Genk, he was triumphant and victorious. Now he is trudging away, very disappointed. Still third in the driver's standings, but he'll be bitterly disappointed that Cremona didn't come to anything. Up on the inside, a lovely move from Nicolas Roos. He gets past Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian. That puts him up into 8th position, with William Goh chasing him down, and then 11th place Joel Pajola right in behind them as well. So 4 karts struggling for position. Pajola tries to get on the inside of William Goh. It's not going to happen on this occasion. So still they jockey for position. Able to make good opportunities of what's been afforded them. Some great victories, some amazing duels. But it's game over for Dino Starescu. He's absolutely distraught. Had a really good chance from the front end of the field, but it's all come to nothing. And he joins Dorisson, Gauchi, Mikhailov, Horton, Chirelli and McGregor on the sidelines. But so far, Matheus Orjuela is about to complete lap 14 out of 21. 2/3 distance in this Academy Trophy final. So long for these 11 to 14-year-old racers. Putting on such a good show. Never easy at this level. And we have 27 lads and 2 young ladies in the field, still giving it everything they've got to get to the finish, as Ivo Besteirda runs in second place in front of Guillaume Bouzard. Now Bouzard has been very patient in this race. He always has this ability to turn it on a dial in the second half of races. Let's see if he's been able to look after his tyres better to run in front of Ivo Besteirda. The Academy Trophy final is all about looking after everything. You're managing engine temperature, you're managing tyre temperature, you're managing water temperature. You're also trying to manage your own composure. And the drivers have been talking about this circuit. It's a brand new one for international racing. They've said if you're on the racing line, you've got mountains of grip. If you're off it, you've got none at all. So it's about threading the needle on the fine line. We've seen a few drivers get the overtaking move, but Guillaume Bouzard would dearly love to get one over on Ivo Besteirda to move it to second place. But the pole is looking for his best finish of the season. Second in the final really would be fantastic for the Polish talent. But Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger, right in behind him and looking set to take the lead of the Academy Trophy. No man from Luxembourg has ever got the job done. We've had 2 Finns who have taken the title over the past, Nicolas Tihonen and Jonas Lapalainen. 2 Belgians, Xavier Hansem and Maxime Potti. A Monegasque, namely Charles Leclerc. Whoops! Nice move on the inside there. There's a good overtake from William Goh as he hustles his way through on the inside of Joel Pajola. And Guillaume Bouzard is second. We didn't see that, but Ivo Besteirda has had to concede. Guillaume Bouzard moves up into second position, and that's going to give him even more points in the title fight. So that's now going to extend his lead. He is now on 54 compared to Matthias Orjuela on 43 and Ante Dorisson on 35. So over the 2 races thus far, Guillaume Bouzard's definitely been the most consistent. Looks like he's going to get another podium. As off the circuit, that is the 5.35 walking away. That is Chiara Batigue. What a shame for her. And it looks like she's had it coming together with Alina Rolfsen. So the Norwegian and the Swiss appear to be out of the race at the same part of the track. So a real shame for Rolfsen and Batigue. They were battling with each other. And I'm afraid it's all come unstuck for them. Dino Starescu, of course, out of the race as well. So that means now that we have just 27 drivers continuing on in the battle. Now, for some reason, the 509, Dino Starescu, has been given the blue cross, but he's out of the race. So obviously he won't need the blue flag. He'll need to be retiring from the race. There is Dino Starescu. He tried to get the kart going again, that's why. So he tried to get the kart started and get back into the race. But he's been given the blue flag with the red cross to, unfortunately, pull out of the race. So Starescu is out of it. There is a large and growing queue of drivers sat on the sidelines watching. Very disappointed. But for every winner, there are 35 losers in terms of those that didn't quite manage to get the victory. But as far as I'm concerned, all of these competitors are champions in their own right, champions of their nation, to battle on their international territory and to represent their country with pride. Here's Caleb Gafrara and Nicolas Roos, the United States versus South Africa. Gafrara and Roos, 2 drivers that battled brilliantly last year for their nation, and they're doing it again in 2022. So Gafrara and Roos having another sensational battle, just like in 2021. So Matthias Orjuela, 2.5 seconds clear of Guillaume Bouzard. Doesn't look as though the Luxembourg is going to have the time to get through as Roos gets through on Gafrara. But still their battle rages. This is a race-long campaign between these two. And Joel Pajola is just sitting in the background waiting for them to trip each other off the racetrack. Come on, guys. I want to get this position for myself. Thanks very much. Down the main straight. And there is Ivo Besterda chasing down Guillaume Bouzard and hoping that he doesn't get caught by Thibaut Ramakers, who's finally going to get some decent points on the board after the disappointment of Belgium. So he deserves his place in the top 5, Thibaut Ramakers. Good to see him there. Ivo Besterda, 3rd position behind Guillaume Bouzard. But Bouzard has got 2.6 seconds deficit to catch up to Matthias Orjuela. He's not going to do that now. So it's going to be one of those rare weekends in the Academy Trophy when one driver will just command everybody and be flawless from start to finish. Doesn't happen very often in the Academy Trophy. This man is going to take the lead of the points though. But this man is going to dominate. Final lap for the Colombian, Matthias Orjuela, doing a wonderful job. He has taken pole position in qualifying. Race 1, victory. Race 2, victory. Race 3, victory. And coming into the final, all the pressure was on him to slip it up and make a mistake. No chance. The Colombian has been ironclad in this race weekend, and he has literally been the king of it all. He has been absolutely flawless throughout, and he will take the maximum 35 points from this weekend to put himself into 2nd place in the standings for the Academy Trophy. Dorisson was victorious in Genk. This time, it's the Colombian flag that will reign on the podium as Matthias Orjuela wins in Cremona. Great try from Matthias Orjuela. Domination. Absolutely fantastic. Not a single lap wrong for Matthias Orjuela this weekend. He really has been majestic. And a terrific performance from the Colombian. He gets the job done in fine style. Guillaume Bouzard comes home for 2nd, and that's the problem in the final bend for Christian Jorgensen. Christian Jorgensen in the last corner of the last lap. That's devastatingly painful. What a shame for Christian Jorgensen in the final corner of the final lap as he drops out right at the bitter end. And I think he wasn't the only one to have a problem on the last lap. I think Sol de Colombres and Megamo Suzuki also had an incident on the final tour. So they also didn't come through. Only 24 finishes of the 36 that started. That is 1/3 of the field eliminated here at Cremona. That shows you how intense the racing has been here. But what a terrific race weekend it has been. And the Academy Trophy final now comes to the young Colombian Mateus Orjuela. He wins from Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg and Ivo Besterer of Poland. Tibor Ramekes is fourth ahead of Santino Panetta and Alexander Bogunovic, Nicolas Roos and Joel Pajola, with the top 10 rounded out by William Go and Caleb Gafrara. Then it is Mark Dubnitsky in front of Nando Weichselbaumer and Adrian Ferrer, Augustin Sepulveda and Daniel Dalakian, from Harry Arnett, Marcus Selkunas of Lithuania, and the Indonesian talent Aditya Wibowo. 19th place goes the way of Mish Huben in front of Bati Yildirim of Turkey. And then Oliver Kinmark, Hamza Al-Fayez, who made up 12 places. Great work from the Jordanian. And then Alexander Dushkov alongside Tiziano Kuznini. The retirements saw the Colombres, Megamu Suzuki and Christine Jorgensen all dropped out on the final lap. Elena Rolfson and Chiara Bertig went off together. Dino Storescu, Arthur Dorisson, Kian Gauchi, Timofey Mikhailov and Luca Horton all failing to finish. It was Riccardo Cirelli and Lockheed McGregor who did not complete the first lap. So it'll be Poland, Luxembourg and Colombia on the podium. Mateus Orjuela, victorious. He is absolutely delighted. The scenes here from Mateus Orjuela, race winner in Cremona in the final. I'm not sure he can quite believe what he's done. He's absolutely exhausted. I'm not at all surprised. Yes, give him a quick drink, for goodness sake. Let him get his energy back. Mateus Orjuela of Colombia. What a great performance. A real talent starting to emerge now in the Academy Trophy. A wry little smile for the young man from Colombia. Excellent work. And that's going to be, I think, the first of many in his motor racing career. He's clearly been able to prove that no matter what anybody can give him this weekend in terms of opposition, he's going to get it done in fine style. So Mateus Orjuela will now make his way to the podium, and he will feature on the top step with the Colombian national anthem ringing out to his fans. Definitely needing that drink of water. This final has been very hot indeed. 21 laps on this circuit in 33 degrees Celsius air temperature. It's a hot day in Italy. Nothing that Mateus Orjuela probably isn't used to. How about this for sportsmanship? Luca Horton comes over to congratulate the race winner. Despite the frustration for the Bahrain youngster, he still plays the sporting card. Mateus Orjuela, victorious here in Cremona. It's been a fantastic battle and a great display from all of the racers out there. But now, as the paddock is slowly starting to dissipate, we're going to have one final podium here at Cremona, and that is, of course, for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. What a fabulous day of racing it has been here in Italy. And, of course, the story isn't over in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2022. It's just getting started. Guillaume Bouzard goes into the lead of the point standings, the Luxembourger on 54 points. Mateus Orjuela has 43. Arthur Dorisson and William Go now both have 35. Alexander Bogunovic has 32. Ivo Besterer and Nicolas Roos both have 24. And then Tibor Ramekes and Santino Panetta have 19. Luca Horton has 18. So a fabulous end to the race weekend here at the FIA Karting European Championships. And grazie mille, grazie ragazzi, to everybody around the circuit, to the marshals in particular around the circuit here at Cremona. A massive thank you to you guys. We couldn't have had any racing at all without you. So a massive thank you to everybody in orange and white around the course. We are so grateful for your amazing hard work ever since Wednesday. What a fantastic season finale it's been in KZ and KZ2. And of course, the second final out of 3 finished up for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But there's still plenty of racing to come in this 2022 season. We have a lot still to do in the final 3 weekends. On the 7th to the 10th of July, we will head to Franciacorta, just down the road from here, in fact, about an hour and a half's drive away. And then on September the 1st to the 4th, we will have World Championships. Franciacorta in 3 weeks' time will give us a new European champion in both the OK Junior and OK categories. And then it's time for the FIA Karting World Championship for the KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters for the very first time, as well as the Academy Trophy on the fabulous, historic Le Mans circuit. We cannot wait for that. It's going to be absolutely amazing. and that'll be on the 1st to the 4th of September. And then 2 weeks after that, we will have the Championship of the World for the OK Junior and OK categories at Sarno in Italy. What a fantastic end to the season it's going to be, but a massive thank you to everybody at the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte. We've had amazing, amazing times here, and it has been a sensational weekend. Paolo Ippolito is crowned European Champion of KZ. Tom Lulette dominates in the KZ2 European Championship. And the FIA Karting Academy Trophy final is won by the Colombian Matias Orjuela as Guillaume Bouzard takes the lead of the title fight. That will conclude in September. 3 weeks from now, we'll obviously continue on with racing at the fabulous Franciacorta circuit here in Italy. But now we will welcome the 3 drivers from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy podium onto the rostrum here at Cremona in just a few minutes' time. Well, it's time to bring a fantastic weekend to a close after a fabulous FIA Karting Academy Trophy final. And now we will welcome the three very deserving drivers to the rostrum. In third position, representing Poland, Ivo Besteida. Congratulations to Ivo. A fabulous performance and a great display. In second position, representing Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard. And Guillaume now heads into the lead of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy point standings. But your race winner, representing Colombia, Matías Oruela. Dominant from qualifying, he has won every single race this weekend. A great performance, and now in deference to the winner on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Colombia. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium after a fabulous, fabulous display in the Academy Trophy. First of all, we will ask our dignitaries to come forward, starting with Ennio Gandolfi, the track manager here at the Circuito Angelo Bergamonte, to come forward and give the trophy to our driver in third position. Representing Poland, Ivo Besteida. And now we will ask Leo Hotmeyer, the championship coordinator of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, to come forward and give the trophy to our second place driver for Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard. And finally, for the last time today, we will ask the administrator of Cremona Circuit, Alessandro Cannavaro, to come forward and give the trophy to our man on the top step of the podium, representing Colombia, Matías Oruela. A fabulous performance from our competitors, and the Academy Trophy trio here at Cremona have been absolutely sensational. A wonderful end to a fantastic day. Let's have Renaud Didier come forward to give the drivers the bouquets of flowers. And their championship battle, of course, will continue at the Le Mans circuit in France in September on the first weekend of the month. And it's, of course, where we'll also have the KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters titles in the World Championship at Le Mans. So, ladies and gentlemen, our three drivers, we're going to get them together on the top step of the podium for one final picture. So all three drivers together, gather if you can. Not a lot of room on the podium, I know. But the final photograph protocol, as everybody will squeeze together on the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your three drivers on the podium in the Karting Academy Trophy, Ivo Besteida, Guillaume Bouzard, and your race winner, Matías Oruela. For the pride of Poland, Luxembourg, and Colombia, these three drivers have been absolutely fantastic in the 21-lap final here at the Karting Academy Trophy. And now it is time for the drivers to celebrate in style. Don't forget, folks, that in FIA Karting will be back in 3 weeks' time at Franciacorta for the conclusion of the European Championship in OK and OK Junior. But until then, it's time to let the Academy Trophy drivers party in style here at Cremona. Let's get busy with a visit! From myself, Jake Sanson, and on behalf of everybody here at the Circuito Angelo Bergamonte, thank you so much for being with us. We'll be back in 3 weeks' time for more great action from FIA Karting at Franciacorta when the OK and OK Junior seasons conclude in the European Championship. Thanks very much for watching, and a big up for Ivo Besteida, Guillaume Bouzard, and your Academy Trophy winner, Matías Oruela.